You see that Mario joined the WebEx. Are you the Spanish interpreter or the Arabic interpreter?
Spanish.
Okay, thank you.
No problem.
I'll let you know when the people arrive that need it.
Okay, no problem.
All right. Good morning, everybody. Today's date is April 25th, 2024. This is a regular meeting of the members of the State Liquor Authority being conducted in our New York City office with video conferencing to our offices in Albany and Buffalo. The meeting's also being live streamed to the authority's YouTube channel. You can also find past recordings on our YouTube channel. Present today are Chair Lily Fan and Commissioner Edgar De Leon. Staff in attendance, General Counsel Shannon Carney-Sarfo, Deputy Commissioner of Licensing Maureen Hughes, and myself, Secretary Roper. Next regular meeting dates are May 15th, June 5th, and June 26th. While in the meeting rooms, please silence your cell phones and take any phone calls or conversations outside. No food or drinks, and please do not touch the microphones when you approach to speak. Items will be called in the order they are signed in, first in Buffalo and Albany, and then New York City. When your item is called, please approach the podium, identify yourself for the record, and representatives should also identify their clients who are present with them. Chair, do you have any announcements?
I do not.
All right, let's go. So we're going to start with Buffalo. First item is number 56, MAZANEAN Properties LLC, DBA Rustic Roots.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Mark Mizarevich, the owner of Mezzanine Properties, DBA Rustic Roots.
You have a lawyer that have a notice of appearance?
No, she had a conflict today, so she's not present.
Okay, you are asking for reconsideration, so you can tell us why we should reconsider this matter?
So I've been on a temporary liquor license since June of last year, and we've been providing information about our establishment over the last year. And I was asked to attend today and candidly wasn't exactly sure what the questions were, what information was needed.
Why don't we adjourn this and you come back with your lawyer? Because this application was already denied and there's a request for reconsideration. So it's sort of on you to tell us what has changed.
Well,
Otherwise,
that's
it's
where,
denied. So the best I can do right now is adjourn it to the next time. You should talk to your counsel and try to have her give you advice as to how to ask for reconsideration.
so I didn't receive any notice that we were denied. And so is there clarification as to the rationale for that? Or would my lawyer have that?
Is this denied?
It's not on as a request for
There's a request for
reconsideration.
direction.
Yeah, I think there's some confusion.
Oh, I see. It's not. Okay. So, I'm sorry, this is my mistake.
Okay.
You cannot do both classes. You can't do classes that are private events regularly. So is your location open to the public?
Yes, it is open to the public, and all of the classes that we have scheduled are open to the public as well.
So what about the party venue that's part of your business name?
So we do book the establishment for private parties. We're open to the public about 2 times as often as we are for private parties. So from January 1st to today, we've had 35 dates where we're open to the public and 18 parties.
So say that again, how many parties are you gonna have in 1 year?
In 1 year, we're estimating based on current bookings about 50, and we're open to the public approximately 100 to 120 days compared to those private parties. So we are open more to the public than we are to private parties.
You are closed for private parties every weekend?
Not every weekend, only due to bookings. In February, we only had 1 weekend where we were closed for a private party, so it varies based on requests.
So when on the nights that you've dedicated, in your application, there are days that you're dedicating for parties. On the days when there is no booking for the party, are you then open to the public?
No, we are not.
Okay, so then the OP is not the appropriate license for you. You need to apply for a catering license.
So my understanding was because we're open more to the public than we are for private parties, the tavern license was appropriate.
That's not how our licensing board has read this application. So you can apply for an OP, but you need to be open to the public regularly. And you can close a certain amount for private parties, and we can have that conversation about how many times you can close each year.
So would the simple solution be opening on the nights we're not booked for private parties on the weekends?
I mean, you
Because
also
we're really
have,
not a catering establishment. Our primary interest is not private parties. We're at a 2-to-1 ratio of open to the public. So if it's a matter of,
yeah, but your business name is events and party venue. That's your business name. So to us, that is a catering facility. And you're telling me that when you are not booked, you're not open to the public, so you're not a full service restaurant as we define it?
so I guess I would just need to understand the standards of the full restaurant.
This is
'cause
why I
think
said,
we can do
look,
those.
I am trying to explain it to you, but this is really not the purpose of this hearing. So why don't you go, I will adjourn this and give an opportunity for Tracy Jung to actually show up and argue on your behalf. Is that fair? I think that that's the best I can do.
That's fair, and if there's any information you need prior to that, please let us know, because we certainly would answer any questions you have.
I already told you what licensing board's position is, and
Thank you.
you can change your method of operation, and we can have that conversation again.
So May 15th? Is that
May
okay?
15th, yes. Is that okay?
Commissioner?
Concur with the chair.
Thank you, sir.
Next in Buffalo is number 60 and 61. That's RNAA Inc.
61.
60 and 61. DBA Tommy Boys.
Good morning.
Sorry, sir, just give me one moment.
Sure.
All right, I'm good.
Go ahead. Did you introduce yourselves, or I'm sorry?
I did not. Good morning. My name is Brian Mahoney. I'm with the law firm of Lippis Mathias. I'm here today with the licensee Todd Natolo, who runs Tommy Boys. We're here for a determination based on the ALJ's decision in this matter.
Where are you at?
So you want to put it over, or do you want to handle it now? Okay. All right. Oh, I see what you're saying. Okay. I'm fine.
All right. All right, so this matter has two proceedings. It went to hearing. The ALJ sustained all charges in the first proceeding, and the first four charges in the second proceeding. The charge 5 in the second proceeding was withdrawn. This licensee has paid $11,000 in fines over the past 10 years in 4 different matters. And there are some very serious charges here. I would set the penalty at $25,000.
As I look over this history, I see 11 dates of events occurring, including shootings and stabbings, numerous 9/11 calls, about 127. As the chair has noted, the ALJ has sustained the charges, with the exception of 5 in the second proceeding. There's a really bad history here, and I would be at cancel and bond.
Well, do you have anything to sway either one of the members, one way or the other?
No, this is not a hearing. They already went to
Because
trial.
you're split. So
Yeah, so it's a cancel and bond.
Okay.
All right.
They're at cancellation and bond claim, so you will get a letter. Well, it's cancel and bond.
Can we, Are we allowed to speak on that issue or no?
Sir, if there's something you want to say, I'm happy to hear you. Go ahead.
Okay. Todd has run Tommy Boy's for the past 11 years. He has 7 employees. He has done his best to prevent problems. There have been problems, obviously. That's why we're here. He's hired security. He's had cameras. He's done the best he could. But I think what's extremely important to note is there hasn't been a call by the police or an incident in 18 months. Todd's very involved in his community. He supports the community center, which supports athletics and tutorings, as well as Silver Spoons for elderly people. One of his bartenders was just named Man of the Year in the village of Newark, running a youth program that highlights running for youngsters. They're sponsors to youth athletic activities, including the Clyde Wrestling Program. And this is Todd's total livelihood. He's got 2 children in college, and a cancellation of his license will force him to close the establishment and take his children out of school. I think the fact that we've had 18 consecutive months, once there was a new police chief, of no issues with this establishment goes in his favor. I understand the past and I understand the need to impose a fine. We understand that. But we are asking the board to consider a penalty less than a cancellation so that Mr. Natolo can continue the business. He fully understands his obligations and would continue his livelihood to be able to, like I said, continue to support his family and maintain his children's, pay his children's tuition so they can continue in college. This would be a terrible hardship to Mr. Natolo. And like I said, we've got 18 consecutive months without an issue, and there's no reason to think that that won't change.
Sir, I certainly appreciate, and no one here wants to take away anybody's livelihood. We're about supporting this industry as much as possible. Here, that goes back to 2014, 2018, 2019, 2020, 2021, and 4 in 2022. I have to weigh the interests of your client against the safety of the public and the responsibility that we have to the public. So, and you're talking serious incidents here. You're talking shootings and stabbings. I just cannot overlook that. And $25,000 is a lot of money, but could also just be the cost of doing business. I see a pattern here, and that's what concerns me. Even though in the last 18 months, you say nothing has happened, we've had a consistent pattern going back to 2014. It's a real concern. I just cannot overlook that. I'm sorry. I respectfully remain convinced that cancel and bond is appropriate in this case.
Can Mr. Natolo address the board or no?
Give us a Shannon.
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
My name is Todd Natolo. So I've been doing security Thursday, Friday, and Saturday. I took out because I didn't want anything that happened before to ever happen again. We finally, through the whole, I don't want to say it, we didn't allow anyone from Geneva to come to the bar because they always persisted. That's where the problems always came from. We've probably thrown 100 people out since that last incident. No longer allowed to be there. They closed the mental ward at the hospital. That's where all the daytime calls were coming from. They would get dismissed. We're like less than a mile from the hospital. So they would walk down. That's no daytime calls that happened since that went away. I promise you, nothing like that will ever happen again. This is how my kids go to college. You know what I'm trying to say? It's not like we just ignored it.
Okay.
No, meaning that.
It sounds like, look, we understand it's difficult to run the business. It sounds like this is a troubled location.
Okay.
And so we're, you know, the amount that you're gonna pay in fine and you
Look,
know,
I'll
just,
take any fine.
we know
Just
that,
please-
so you, sir, you know better than us what has been happening in the past few weeks even. So your lawyer may not know. So I would encourage you to just take the cancel and bond and move your business.
I don't know what that means.
Because you don't need to pay us the money because there are issues there. I think that, as you said yourself, is a troubled location. So,
Ma'am, I don't know what that means though. What you just said, when canceling
all right.
bond?
Right. But cancel and bond, which would mean that the license is canceled. You will no longer be able to operate with alcoholic beverages, and then we'll take a claim out on the bond that you had to put forward with your application. And that's what the members have voted for. You'll get a letter explaining that.
Yeah, there is
You
a
can't-
reconsideration process, sir. You can ask for
Can I ask-
reconsideration.
Can I ask a different question? I have to renew my license in June. How about you just not renew it until, and I'll just go away. If you don't, I'll put my ducks in a row. Just let me not renew the license in June. So I guarantee you there won't be any issues there.
If you file a timely reconsideration, it will tow your license, so you can take advantage of that. It will probably go into June anyway, at that point. So,
I'm sorry, ma'am. I don't know what you're.
talk to your lawyer, speak to your
Okay.
lawyer. That's why
Okay,
he's
all right,
there.
Okay.
Yes,
What does that mean?
I'll explain it later. All right, thank you so much.
What?
The cancellation, we can file the reconsideration so that he can continue to stay open during the reconsideration time. Is that fair?
That's to
I
be determined.
promise you-
Be determined. You have to.
That's-
I promise you, nothing like this will ever happen. We literally have thrown all the participants out.
All right.
The
Sir,
whole
yes.
town is no longer allowed to be there.
We understand. We have to move on. We have plenty of items. You'll get a letter
Okay, thank you. Thank
explaining
you.
when the
Thank you for
cancellation
hearing
goes
us.
into effect. So,
I
thank you.
appreciate you guys talking to me.
So next in Buffalo, and I think we have people also here in New York City for it, is number 55, El Rancho Inc., DBA El Rancho Mexican Restaurant and Grill.
Good morning, members. My name is Jacob Pierkowski. I'm an attorney with the Tarantino Law Firm, and I'm joined by the licensee Cynthia Ruiz, who's in New York City.
Why don't I have 55? Where is it? Hold on a second.
This was a holdover from the last full board meeting.
Sorry, what's the item? What's the item?
55.
This is the old one. New number's 55. That's the old one. These are the notes on it. This is where the manager gave complaint to some underage employees and then sexually harassed.
Oh, I see. I don't know why I don't have it. It's okay. All right, go ahead.
Counsel, you
morning,
want to be heard?
members. Yeah, just very briefly, we're seeking a conditional no contest here. This is a failure to supervise adequately. This was a blip in the operation of El Rancho. Ms. Ruiz has owned this since 2016. And at the time when the events that give rise to the complaint took place, Ms. Ruiz was employed as a senior research scientist, and her job was initially in Ithaca, and so she was able to work her day job and also run the restaurant. But at this time, the business was moved to Queens, and she was doing a commute hybrid work model, and frankly admittedly was not at the restaurant as much as she should be.
Who moved to
Management was in
Queens?
place.
What moved to Queens? What moved to
Her-
Queens?
Sorry, Chair. Her employer, she was employed as a scientist, so her employer moved to Queens, which took her geographically away from the restaurant for this period. And she's now back. She's president. She has control of the restaurant, and these issues are not.
I understand, but the allegations are that there is an employee that was sexually harassing underage employees, serving alcohol to underage employees. The perpetrator was an illegal immigrant, and that the allegations are that the employer was paying him off the books, providing room and board. So are you telling me that she doesn't know that?
No, she's aware of this. The genesis of this is that Ms. Ruiz and Mr. Nava knew each other at prior employment. They worked in a restaurant together. Ms. Ruiz was given the opportunity, or had the opportunity, to buy El Rancho. She did. She had every reason to believe at that point that Mr. Nava did have status to work in the United States. She had worked with him before, and he had provided her appropriate tax ID information to run payroll. He was on the payroll initially, and then was off payroll for a time, as she told the investigator, and then he worked there intermittently during this period. That's when her job was transferred, and she began to lose some control of the oversight she had of the restaurant for that period.
Yeah, but you also have 2 sale to minor on the record already. And this is very serious. I mean, she's paying someone off the books. She's not following the labor laws. Providing room and board suggests to me that he was there full time. So was he full time or was he part time?
My understanding is that he was part-time and intermittently. So there would be long stretches, many month periods. And Ms. Rose can speak to this if she would like, but multiple months where he would be gone and she wouldn't know where he was, and then he would come back and work for a little bit. After he was charged, she did ask him to leave the restaurant. He continued to show up, Chair, and Ms. Rose had to call the police on numerous occasions to have him removed from the premises. This was a very, very regrettable, toxic situation that led to some very, very significant and serious issues.
I know, but I mean, you're letting someone live there and serving alcohol to underage employees and then sexually harassing them. Like, that's not protecting public safety.
There's nothing to try to qualify that other. Ms. Rez takes responsibility for that. This is her restaurant. She's aware of this and feels terribly about it.
I have to believe that Ms. Ruiz had knowledge of not just the potential, the problem that we had already, but all of the other laws that are being violated here. Yeah. Taxes are not being paid, as the chair noted. There are labor law violations. There's violations of the immigration law. There's a lot of stuff that I just have difficulty believing Ms. Ruiz had no knowledge about, especially when she's paying him with room and board. It's just, I don't see how you can get past those facts.
I mean, do you have anything to say? I mean, you're clearly, consumed. You have another full-time job, you're here showing other responsibilities.
I no longer. I do not work at that full-time job in Queens, no longer as of spring of last year. My primary focus is.
Do you live in the city?
I do not.
Okay. So you live by the restaurant?
Yes, I have a place of residency, right? It's nearby the restaurant.
What?
Are you here or are you there?
I'm here because I do have immediate family that live in Westchester, so this was easier than trying to commute to Buffalo and stay overnight just because I have the newborn, the baby.
So the restaurant is in Buffalo, but your baby and you live closer to Westchester?
No, the restaurant is about 2.5 hours away from Buffalo.
It's in Watkins Glen, New York.
Why?
And we did submit a letter.
You're almost proving our point that you're not there. The charge is failure to supervise. You're even telling me that you don't supervise your restaurant. So
no, my only job right now is the restaurant and having more supervision and being there. I'm just here at this location just because I had a place to stay and travel into the office this early in the day instead of traveling from Watkins, which is like 2.5 hours away from Buffalo.
Why did you enter into this unusual work relationship with this gentleman?
I'm sorry, I couldn't
Why
hear
did
you.
you have this unusual work relationship with this gentleman?
With the 2 jobs?
No. You knew. You gave him room and board, right? Why did you enter into this relationship with this person in terms of work? Or did you have another relationship with him? I don't know.
No, unfortunately, at the time, I was under the belief that he was eligible because I did work with him somewhere at a different job many years ago. And when I started this business, I was under the belief that he was eligible to be employed. When he was taken off payroll because he requested that he was having some issues with his immigration status, I took him off, and he went to try to, he had left for a little period of time to try to, I guess I only assumed, to kind of address that issue. And he did come into town here and there, and like my lawyer had said, intermittently. He did stay with me for a while, here and on and off, but I was just under the belief that he was going through proceedings to handle his situation.
I know, but you can't start someone on payroll without a social security number. So,
Well, when we first started,
how
he
is
did.
he getting paid?
When I first started it, and he switched from the other job to my business, he did provide me with a number, and I only assumed it was valid because, I mean, we worked somewhere prior, and he just switched jobs and worked with
You
me.
didn't ask him for the social security card? Like,
I did.
so
He did
he had a
provide me.
card?
He did provide me, I mean, this is speaking back to 2016. So at that time, he did provide me with the appropriate paperwork.
I don't know. It's just hard for me to believe that there was ever sufficient oversight and that there's sufficient oversight now.
I mean, I've taken some preventative measures to have better control and better supervision over my restaurant since
And what is
the
that?
horror deal. I've installed more, because I know there was a question about having footage and having more cameras involved, and I do have that. They record because the police were concerned about, any kind of harassment issues. So now there's better security. I've had a lot of I do have monthly staff meetings, so I can make sure that I give each and every my employees more, more personal conversations with me, just in case there's something that they want to share with me. They're
no longer your employee. Is he still living at the location he was living at?
No, he has been terminated back in 2021.
And we believe he's been deported.
Yes, I'm under the belief he is deported. I'm in communication with Watkins
Yeah.
Police Department, and that's what I've been informed.
It's up here, but okay.
Yeah, no, I believe that. That's just it.
And members, if I just may add here, apologize, I know this is a little weird to be for my client and I to be in separate places, but we did submit a letter of support from the mayor of Watkins Glen, which I think is quite glowing. It's apparent that the mayor knows Ms. Ruiz and speaks to her high character and the way in which her restaurant is run in a compliant and beneficial manner to the community.
I know, but you realize she's here with a newborn, and I'm a parent myself. Like, I was very distracted when I had newborn babies. So,
I
in fact, I
absolutely
was
understand.
working here when I had my daughter, and I was only part-time, and it was difficult going to Albany for meetings. So I'm just trying to visualize for myself and be convinced that she's actually now running the restaurant, regardless of what the mayor is saying. Because the mayor obviously doesn't know that she was paying someone off the books to live at the restaurant and got into legal trouble.
Sure, I can appreciate that. I don't know what else to offer other than to say subjectively, my wife and I have 2 children as well, and I've watched my wife do pretty amazing juggling acts when those children were newborns, and I believe Ms. Ruiz is trying her absolute best to manage all of these things that she has going on in her life at this point.
All right. How many days a week are you at the restaurant?
I'm there Thursday through Sunday.
So who's the manager from Monday to Wednesday?
I have somebody, her name is Destiny, and she's kind of my hands-on coordinator for the
Is she paid on the
supervisor
books?
yes, she is.
Okay. All right. This is only really harsh because you also already have 2 cell of minor on the record. So in theory, if we take this as a third one, it's a cancellation. That's why we asked you to come here. But we're gonna try one more time, and you're telling me that you don't have other employment, that, you know, that you're there taking care of it and overseeing it. So I'm going to counter at $10,000.
Commissioner?
I'm also going to counter at $10,000, and going forward, should you agree to that and pay the fine, I would like to see payroll records for all the employees submitted, and that you submit some kind of security plan going forward. You know, what happened here is pretty serious, and I got to be honest with you, it's hard to believe this story. I just don't feel I have all of the facts, but we're going to give you a second chance.
Is that a suggestion, or do you want that as?
No, I'd like that to be part.
Okay,
I'd like to
so-
see payroll records and a security plan.
All right.
Not a
Did you
problem.
hear that,
Thank you.
Mr. Prokowski?
Yes, absolutely, and we will submit that. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you.
Do you want to accept it now, or do you want to wait till you get the letter?
Cynthia, I apologize. Cynthia, do you want to
Why
accept
don't you guys
this?
have a conversation? No, why don't you guys have a
So
conversation?
you'll get a letter.
As
and then
part
that'll
of
give you
the
time.
10,000, we also are asking for current payroll and security plan. Just see if you have that before you accept the 10,000.
Very good. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, members.
Thank you.
Thanks for coming.
All right, and that's it in Buffalo, correct?
That is correct.
All right, thank you. You can sign off.
Thank you.
All right, and I believe we have another interpreter that signed on. Is that Zaza? Are you the Arabic interpreter?
Yes,
Correct?
I'm the Arabic interpreter. Good morning. How are you?
Good. How are you doing?
I'm good.
Okay, so we have 2 items that require an interpreter. One here in New York City, which requires a Spanish one who's online. So I'm going to call that one first since he's been waiting the longest.
No problem.
Let me find what I did with it. That item number is number 57, Double J Grocery Court. Number 57. And then the interpreter, Mario,
Yeah,
online with us.
hold on.
So
Hello?
you,
Oh, yep, we can hear you. Can you hear us?
Okay, perfect.
is this the Spanish interpreter
Yes, on the
on 57?
online for 57. Yep.
Okay. Sir, can you put, interpreter, can you please put your name on the record, sir?
All right, no problem.
No, you need to put your name on the
Yeah,
record,
if you
sir.
could just say your name, just
Oh,
for the recording.
Mario Reyes. I'm sorry, Mario Reyes.
Okay, cool. And what's your name, sir?
My name is Roberto Jacques. Roberto.
And you are the licensee?
I'm the manager de Double J Grocery.
Okay, interpreter, when I ask him a question, you have to interpret for him. So
Yeah, no
I
problem.
asked him, what is your name?
Ella preguntó cuál es su nombre.
Mi nombre es Roberto Jaques.
And are you the licensee?
¿Tú eres el que tiene la licencia? ¿La licencia está en tu nombre?
Sí, soy el manager de negocio.
He says he's the manager of the business.
Okay, and where is the licensee?
¿Y a dónde está el licenciado?
El lugar del negocio.
El licenciado, ¿dónde está?
El abogado. No tengo.
Is that the
No, el
business?
licenciado.
¿Qué licencia? Ah, licencia.
I'm
No
sorry,
entiendo.
can you not have a back and forth? You need to interpret, not have a back and forth.
Okay, ma'am.
What did he say?
You asking for the licensee? For the license or who's the licensee?
I'm asking him where the licensee is.
¿Dónde está el negocio, señor?
Okay, Jamaica Queens.
So we asked for him to come here today. Where
Preguntaron
is
para
he?
que usted, preguntaron para que usted venga para este día de corte. ¿Dónde está el licenciado? El que está en el nombre de la licencia.
Oh, no está.
No están. This is not here. This is not here.
They got like great service.
So on the premise, this license is a grocery store license, and so you're only allowed to have beer and wine products. Can you interpret
And
that,
it-
sir?
Yes. El negocio solamente puede tener cervezas y wine. Cerveza y
No, not wine, wine products.
wine products. Sorry. Cerveza, solamente puede tener cervezas y productos de vitivinícolas.
But they had 154 bottles of liquor on the premise.
Pero tenían 150 productos de alcohol.
Liquor.
Sí, alcohol.
Okay. So why is that?
¿Por
Okay,
qué?
eso, realmente eso no era para venta público, era para consumo de los empleados y no se vende ya alcohol, se vende cerveza.
He says that they don't sell beer, and the products in presence that day was only for employees. It was not for sale.
54 bottles of liquor for employees to consume.
Can you repeat that again, please?
I should be charging something else here.
Yeah, ma'am. Can you repeat that again?
There are also multiple people consuming beer on the premises in the basement. Why is that?
Ella dice por qué había gente en el abajo, allá abajo, bebiendo cervezas en el negocio.
Ok, ese día estaba frío y una persona nos pidió a favor de ir al baño, pero ellos se quedaron tomando ahí. O sea que es ilegal, yo pido perdón por eso. Además, yo ya corregí ese problema ya. Puse una cámara, le una puerta y nadie pasa a ella. Incluso después de eso, ya la policía ha ido un par de veces y está todo bien.
He says that day it was cold and people asked to use the bathroom. They ended up staying downstairs drinking beer. He said he has addressed this problem and he has added cameras and like a security door. He also says police has gone to the present premises a few times and have, they said that it was good. Like there was no such thing was going on again down there.
I don't believe that. I don't.
All right, I'm gonna counter. I mean, the licensee have chosen not to appear. We have asked him to appear. We held this over specifically for him to appear, and I do not believe in the answers that were provided. I'm at Cantal and Bond.
I concur with the chair.
Ella dice el titular de la licencia no ha comparecido y que ella va a cancelar el bono.
Okay.
So let them know that the owner, the licensee, will receive a letter with a counteroffer of cancel and bond.
Okay, so he will receive a counter.
A letter, yeah. So the owner, not this gentleman per se, just that the actual owner of the business will receive a letter stating that his offer of $2,000 has been denied and that there's a counteroffer of cancel and bond.
El propietario del negocio no estuvo aquí hoy, so ellos van a cancelar su propuesta que usted dio de $2,000. Lo van a cancelar. y le van a dar le van a mandar al dueño del negocio, le van a mandar un recurso.
¿Un qué?
All right.
Un
Thank
recurso.
you.
¿Qué es un recurso?
Un recurso porque le cancelaron la fianza que le dieron de $2,000.
Okay.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Reyes. You can sign off. Thank you. All right. Next is in Albany. This also requires an interpreter. It's number 10, In and Out Market and Grill, Inc.
This is the one you mentioned.
Good morning. My name is Nabil Shawhati. I run a small business called Marhaba in Schenectady, New York. I did complete the application for Mr. Hamim Hussein, who was present. And I did ask for an interpreter just to make sure to make sure there's no confusion.
Okay. And if the interpreter, can you please put your name on the record?
Suha Azan.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
All right, sir, can you explain the in and out of this situation? Because the applicant's brother was the prior licensee and he was availing his license to another gentleman. And now that another gentleman, it's selling the business to the brother and in theory holds a note. So that's a little too complicated for us to digest. Can you explain that?
هي بتسأل إذا فيكم تشرحوا الموضوع أكثر بتفاصيل لأنه هذا مكان البزنس أو الشغل كان لشخص وكانت الرخصة باسم هذا الشخص وهو نكل الرخصة أعتقد باسم الشاب اللي موجود هنا وهلا البزنس بده ينباع والرخصة بدها تنتقل مع البزنس. هي بتحكي إن الأمر شوية متعقد إن هم يستوعبوا بدهم شرح.
First of all, as a representative, I am able to answer some of these questions. I wanted the interpreter just to ask him questions that I do not have an answer for. Is that okay?
That's not how this works. We have to interpret. When we have an interpreter, we have to translate everything. It's not just by choice or what you think is necessary.
No,
But she is interpreting for him what my question was, and you can answer it.
Very good. Thank you very much. Very good. Yes, I do know Mr. Yaqub Ali, who's originally from New York City. He owns a couple of properties in Schenectady. He runs other businesses in New York. He did try to come to Schenectady, New York to operate a business. He did find it very difficult. He had an issue with the landlord as well. And then
I'm sorry, he had a problem what? He had a problem what? With the landlord, okay.
He had a lease for a number of years with this establishment being shut down. And at the end, it was shut down probably for two years maybe, from 19 to 2022.
Okay.
So, and then he I have a small office in Schenectady, New York. He put me in touch, and I did find him, I do find potential tenants. And this individual who is aware of the premise, as you mentioned, he had a brother that had a business there until probably 2019. So, yes, he did have a promissory note just to take over the lease and the fixtures in the store.
Okay. Do you also know the brother, sir?
Do I know his brother? Yes.
Yeah.
This young man's brother, yes.
And you do transactions for him as well?
For his brother, no. I do not. Prior to Mr. Hussein taking this new establishment, I believe Rayyan Hussein used to work with Stephen Sargent, an accountant next to him.
So your client also worked at a different grocery store
Which
before this?
Before this, he
Yes.
did work at the same store maybe in 2017, 2018, and then he was in Egypt for maybe a year and a half. And yeah, he worked. He's with his brother. I think that's where he learned the trade. Yes.
And he was living at the other store? Because the address shows that it's the same location as the store.
Whose address?
Your client.
He does not live at the store. He lives in Colony, New York now. His family's here. He moved to Colony, New York.
Have you read the application? Because the application home address is the same address as the previous store where he was working.
Which is what, in Division Street in Amsterdam, correct?
Yes.
That was at the time of the application was submitted, yes. He's been living, how long have you been in Colony? Maybe less than a year?
A year and a half.
Yeah. So at the time of when we submitted the application, as a matter of fact, he lived at 263, I can't address.
263 Division.
Yes, Division Street, which is owned by his father. And like
Okay.
now he got thrown out by his father. Now he lives in Colony, New York.
Who holds the license at 263 Division Street? His father?
No, his other brother.
Other
did
brother.
that
That's
application
not
as
the
well.
one who got canceled, but some other brother.
Correct.
Is that right? Okay.
Correct. Now the one that got canceled now.
Okay, that's fine.
Amro Hussein, yes.
Okay, I understand now. Okay, thank you.
Thank
Are
you.
you okay with it?
I'm gonna ask for an affidavit, and I'm okay with it.
Okay. I don't know what the evidence. Yeah. All right, it's a little complicated. Thanks for coming in. I'm gonna vote to
Thank you.
approve.
I'm gonna vote to approve with a condition, so. You hear me? I'm gonna vote to approve with a condition. And that condition is that your client prepare an affidavit that his brother, who had his license canceled, is not gonna have anything to do with this business. Should he be found to have anything to do with this business, he still has the right to go to any hearing on the facts. But I would not look at it very favorably, all right? So
Agreed.
I'm voting to approve, conditioned on him providing a sworn statement, an affidavit, that his brother's not gonna have anything to do with this business.
The interpreter explain that.
هو بيحكي انه هو راح يوافق على الطلب اللي انت معبيه على اساسه شرط ان اخوك هذا ما يكون له اي علاقه في البزنس، واذا اكتشف انه له علاقه بالبزنس هذا راح تكون العواقب مش كويسه.
Okay.
فهمت؟
Chair, you're okay with the
فهمت؟
affidavit?
Yes, I'm okay with the affidavit.
Okay.
So
I
make sure you
understand.
send us that. Make sure you send us that, and then you'll get your license, okay?
So لازم
We were
تبعت لهم
prepared today.
الطلب اللي هم طلبوه منك وبعدين هم بيبعتوا لك الرخصة. فهمت؟
فهمت.
Yes,
By
I
email?
understand.
By email is
All right.
fine, correct? Okay.
Yes. Yes, but it needs to be signed and notarized.
No, right.
You'll you'll
I
receive a
am a
conditional.
notary, but I will have him notarized at the bank. Thank you.
Thank you so
All right,
much.
thank you.
Thank you again. Good luck. Thank you, man.
Thank you.
All right.
Thank
Thank you, Saza. You can sign off when you're ready.
The interpreter?
Yes, yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Have a good day, everyone. Thank you very much.
Thanks.
All right. Next in Albany is number 12, Global Eats LLC.
Good morning. My name is Susan Moya. I'm the owner of Global Eats LLC, doing business as Restaurant 605 at 605 New Scotland Avenue in Albany, New York.
So you were a prior contractor at this location? What were you doing for them?
Yes, as the contractor, place orders, make sure the restaurant maintained cleanliness, day-to-day operations of taking in deliveries, opening for business, writing checks when necessary.
Are you aware that the prior business was canceled? They offered cancellation and bond when they were charged with multiple availings, multiple purchase from unauthorized source, and instead of paying a fine, they submitted cancel and bond?
Yes. May I make a statement regarding that?
Sure.
Okay. So my understanding, the purpose of my appearance today, since my reconsideration was accepted, that it's to determine if I do qualify for a permanent license at this location. The liquor license, the temporary liquor license, is in my name and my name only. I had taken
But
over.
prior charges were against you as the person availing, the prior licensee who happens also to be the landlord right now. So you have to look at it from our standpoint as well.
Yes, and I understand that. That's one of the reasons that we decided to not be in a partnership, because I really did not want to be in business with somebody that did not practice compliance. So after many months of negotiation, we came to terms. I purchased the business outright. I own the assets, I own the business. They are no longer involved in the business in any way. They don't.
Yeah, but they're the landlord, so you're paying rent to them, right? You didn't buy the real estate.
I did not buy the building. I bought all the assets and all the contents of the restaurant and the restaurant.
Yeah, but instead of paying a fine and filing for a transfer, they allowed the license to be canceled with you on the record as the person availing the business. You understand that? So I understand that you think that it was their violation, but you're also part of the record. And that has not been cleared up as far as we're concerned. And generally, it's difficult for us when it's this licensee is continuing as a landlord and benefiting from this business, that you're asking us to license again when prior charges were never resolved, including unauthorized purchase.
Going back to those violations, there's a couple difference of opinions. I never availed myself as the owner of the restaurant. I was a contractor. I was paid an hourly wage. That's in all our filings. I served as a contractor. I did not assume to be the owner. I know the difference. So that's why I wanted complete separation from that and own the business solely. I have a completely clean record in my entire adult life. I live a mile from the restaurant for over 30 years. I've owned a home in that neighborhood. I've never had any criminal violation, traffic violation, tax violation, nothing. So I don't want to be in business with them. I am not. Yes, he does own the building. That is the the extent of the relationship. They don't even come in. Has nothing to do with the way I operate. I've had the temporary license since June. The establishment is run absolutely according to the law. No violations. We are not a late night restaurant. We are family friendly. We're community friendly. It's a completely different establishment that has been welcomed by that neighborhood, the hospital. You know, what can I say? It's a completely different operation.
Okay, I understand. And I'm not doubting the fact that you are a reputed individual in the community. You have a lot of support. Let me ask you a different question. When you were a contractor, were you in charge of buying alcohol?
The alcohol order was put together by our general manager. Would I, you know, write a check to a vendor? Yes. Would I stock shelves? Yes. So that would be the extent of my involvement.
So you were ordering the alcohol or someone else was ordering the alcohol?
The general manager would do the weekly orders. With
Okay,
my,
and
you know,
you were-
oversight, and then the Kung's oversight because they were paying for it.
Okay. And were you aware that they were buying from unauthorized sources?
It did happen on one occasion. I demonstrated that to the inspector. It was an error. It never happened again. I realized that. It was not something I just was not aware of and became aware of. Yes, on that one occasion.
So you close at 11. Is it possible to keep the kitchen open until you close?
No, our kitchen closes at 9 daily. And the restaurant closes depending on, sometimes we close at 9:30 or 10 if there's no one there. Sometimes 11.
Ma'am, can I ask you a couple of questions?
Yes, sir.
Do you have your own business now?
This is her business.
This is my business, sir.
When you were acting as an independent contractor, were you incorporated in your own business?
Oh, no, no.
Okay, all right. And you said you were at the restaurant every day. Did you make your own hours or were you scheduled to be there at a certain time?
I would be opening in the morning for the cleaner. So I typically would be there maybe for 2 hours, around 2 hours in the morning, and then come back at opening time to help supervise the floor.
Okay, and when you say supervise, you managed other employees at the restaurant?
I might be greeting people as they come in the door. Honestly, the general manager would be overseeing the floor staff.
Did you have any other clients but as an independent contractor besides this restaurant?
No, sir. I'm a retiree of Albany City School District. And then I was a licensed daycare director by New York State Children and Family Services. And then I delivered Meals on Wheels during the pandemic.
How were you paid for your services?
From Kong?
Yeah, how were you paid for your services when you worked for the restaurant?
By a check.
Okay.
By hourly, right? You said hourly. It was hourly,
My
right?
hourly,
It wasn't by
it was
percentage?
not, it's not a payroll. It's as a contractor, I would be a check from Kong Incorporated from their bank account. I was paid $20 an hour and not to exceed, I believe, 20 hours a week.
Did you receive a 1099 form at the end of the year?
Yes, I've never, ever misfiled taxes, sir.
And how long did you work at this restaurant?
The renovations, which I did oversee as well, started in February of 22. We
Okay.
opened in April of 22. So from April of 22 until I purchased the establishment in December of 22.
Okay. Thank you.
I don't hear anything. She's talking and I can't hear.
Trustee, sorry.
There is a promissory note of 70,000 that you've repaid. You paid it already?
Yes, ma'am.
So you paid $170,000 for this business that has a canceled license on it?
The business that I have right now, Global Eats Restaurant 605, is my business. So I don't consider it buying Andy's. I consider this a different entity.
Yeah, but you paid them $180,000 in theory. You could have just started a new lease and not paid them the money. When you tell me that you bought all the assets, you bought the business, even though you're now changing the name and somehow you guys skip paying us a penalty. That's what we see.
But
and I don't. When I
okay.
say us, I don't mean me. I mean the state.
Yes, I understand. Again, that is the Kongs. I was not part of their business. I was a contractor. This is my business. My restaurant is completely renovated inside and out. It's a totally different entity. I can't speak to what the Kongs are responsible for.
All right. Let's just go back to the hours.
Yes,
you can
ma'am.
either close the kitchen at 9 and close the business at 9, or run it until 11, but keep the kitchen open until 11. So which one do you choose?
Oh, the kitchen can stay till 11. That's okay.
Okay.
I mean, there are nights that we do close earlier. If no one's in the restaurant, we may close at 10.
Yes,
if no
that's
one's
fine.
if there's a snowstorm, we might close at 8.
Yeah, I know,
I
ma'am. I
mean-
understand. When I give
Okay.
you the hours, you're not obligated to stay open until then. But what I'm saying is, if you're serving alcohol, you also have to serve food.
I understand.
That's the law. So,
Okay, I understand. Yes.
what's your monthly rent?
$4,000.
It says here 5,000.
We renegotiated, and I believe there is paperwork to demonstrate that.
Okay. So, I understand you're an upright citizen, and I am going to support you. Also, you've been operating with a temp with no problems. So, I'm going to vote to approve 11 p.m. across the board. I would like to see any kind of amendment to the application itself, including the lease rent amounts and potentially any managers that you are using.
Yes, ma'am.
I gotta tell you that I think this status of independent contractor is a little tenuous, and the testimony regarding the purchasing of liquor a little tenuous also. But I will note that you, by all appearances, are an exemplary member of that community up there with strong support in that community. So I'm going to give you the benefit of the doubt, although I have a lot of questions about the way this operation was happening beforehand. I'm also going to vote to approve with the conditions that the chair has put on the record.
I understand. I appreciate that, sir.
All right, thank you. You've been approved.
Thank you.
Yep.
Thank you.
And Paula, there's no one else there?
That's correct.
Okay, you can sign off. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Can I just take 2 minutes?
Yes. So we're going to go off the record for a brief recess. We'll be back on shortly. All right, we're back on the record after a brief recess. Moving on to New York City items. The first items are number 8 and number 9, FRENCHIEGRAPE LLC.
Good morning, everybody. Robert Romano. I'm here with Antoine Laforte, who is the sole principal of FRENCHIEGRAPE LLC. We're here. This is both a removal and a class change from a wine to a full liquor and wine store. He has the.
Do I have any protests on the record?
I believe there were, did you ask for opposition? I believe the store that is, yeah, but those stores are 4 to 6 miles away.
Yeah. Okay.
The-
But they're not here today, right?
No opposition to FRENCHIEGRAPE LLC, DBA, like this? Yes.
And the town
We have submitted
has
the-
written a letter of
Right.
support.
There's actually a reduction in size of the store.
Reduction in size.
He's operating the store for 3 years with no issues.
All right, just given the number of people that are here, what kind of distilled products do you plan to sell?
I'll do, 2 shelves maybe.
Speak.
Sorry, 2 shelves, mostly, French, Armagnac, Buzz Armagnac. I'm running a high-end, very curated selection, so it's just a little addition for my customers, essentially.
Okay, you are benefited by your location. There is one store that's 0.5 miles away, and then the next store is 4 miles away. So and since your new location is a reduction in size, I'm going to find public convenience and advantage and vote to approve both the removal and the class change from wine to package store. Thank you.
I concur with the chair.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks for coming.
Next is 61A, Raj Dali Inc.
Hello again, Robert Romano. I'm here with Mr. Raj Dali, who is the principal of Raj Dali Incorporated, coincidentally enough. He's coming before you today seeking a temporary permit and then eventual license for his premise. He had been disapproved prior due to incidents that occurred on or near the premises. This is a restaurant. He will close the doors at midnight, stop serving alcohol at 11 p.m. nightly. He does have, which I thought was extremely significant, a letter of support from Kellyanne Ramsey, who was he's now an inspector at the Transit Bureau, but he was at that time commanding officer of the 43rd Precinct, and he wrote a letter of recommendation
Is that before the shooting or after the shooting?
After the shooting. That was after the shooting. And then we also have a letter from community, well, we have the support.
So explain to me what happened here. There is information about selling alcohol without a license, and then there's a shooting.
Yes, yes. And the shooting did occur, I believe it's from the outside. Do you want to explain? You can explain that.
There was an incident that happened in the front as we were cleaning up to get ready to open to sell food in the next prior week.
I'm sorry, you have to speak up just a little bit
There was
more.
an incident in the front, and I guess 2 local guys, we were just cleaning up, and we happened to call, after the shooting just happened, we happened to call NYPD to assist the guy, and we stood there and made sure he was all right. We wasn't open, we didn't have any furniture, or any of sort of anything like that.
So the shooting happened outside after you closed?
No, the door was open, like we were throwing garbage out.
But were these patrons of your establishment?
No,
They just happened to have a conflict right outside your door?
correct.
Okay. So what's the explanation for selling alcohol without license? What's the situation with that?
Down the block,
There was a liquor store. The guy gave me a few bottles, maybe 2 or 3, but they weren't open. We wasn't selling anything. We was not operating.
What liquor store?
You had family members there at the time?
Yeah, there was like my father there and my brother. We were just cleaning up. There was like maybe 2, 3 bottles that, you know, as they were gifts.
And you were drinking it on the establishment?
No.
So,
I mean, there were transgressions, I believe, that did occur at this premise prior. Mr. Dowley is looking here to open a restaurant. There is no DJ, there's background music only, I believe. And again, serving, well, not again, but serving Caribbean fare.
I mean, our enforcement certainly have indication that you were selling alcohol and that you had pre-mixed alcohol on the premise and that you did not buy it from a licensed wholesaler.
And he was denied his application at this time. What I would ask is that you look at it's going to be, if you do generously grant the temp permit, it will afford a period of time that you obviously could pull that permit at any given time if there's even the slightest infraction. Look at it as a probationary period. These days, it's taking at least another 3 to 6 months before the regular license the full license would be granted.
This is his first time, right? This is his first time. He works as a caterer, right? You work as a caterer, sir?
Yeah, I used to be a caterer before this. I used to cater food.
You have any experience in this industry?
In the restaurant, I worked in restaurants as like a chef.
How long have you been open?
Almost 2 years.
And you've been serving alcohol this whole time?
No, just food.
What is your
I
rent?
don't know. What do you think if we don't give it to him? He's screwed.
36.
Our evidence suggests that you were selling alcohol. So I just want to know if you can tell us what was really happening, because this exercise is about trust. And so if you made a mistake, you didn't know, it's kind of okay. I'd rather you say that.
When I got issued a temp, the bartender had a pre-mixed drink, and I was there when they came in, and I didn't know what it was at the time, and she was new as a bartender as well, so she had made a mistake. But that was after I got issued a temporary.
She wants to ascertain this. She wants to know whether or not you were serving alcohol prior to getting the temp.
No. We wouldn't even know.
What happened? The temp got canceled? And then it got rescinded? He has a temp right now? This is a file temp. I don't understand. Why doesn't he have a temp right now?
That's what we're here for, because of
I
his
know, but
history.
he's saying that he has a temp.
No, had. He was denied. He had a previous application, which was.
Oh, I understand.
disapproved.
He had a temp and then the application
Yeah.
got denied.
Correct.
And he was serving while he had the temp? Is that?
He was serving while he had the temp.
Yes.
But then he had the incident occurred. Obviously,
Extended.
that immediately,
I understand. Then the temp got rescinded and then you were still serving.
No.
No.
So then why am I getting evidence that?
I don't.
The incident occurred before I got the temporary.
The incident
Then I got the temporary.
of the alcohol service, not
No,
the shooting?
No, the shooting happened before I got the temporary.
The shooting happened before you got the temp. Then when is this evidence from that?
With
Shannon?
the pre-mixed drink was after I have the temporary. Wow.
They came in once he had the temp and found unauthorized bottles.
All right. When I'm confused, I'm gonna give him the benefit of the doubt.
Thank you.
All right. All right, I'm gonna reissue the temp. And as your lawyer said, I'm going to vote to approve. It's unusual and I don't even know if I have the authority to do this. Can I limit the hours on the temp?
Well,
It's not a 500-foot case?
He shuts at midnight anyway.
Okay.
He's required
It
to.
was at 4 a.m. I don't know if the statute allows me to do that.
Alcohol stops at 11.
They're willing to do it.
All right, can we make an agreement that you're gonna start serving at 11?
Sure, yes.
Okay.
Serving alcohol.
Yeah, serving alcohol.
Right.
Yeah, but you have to serve food when you serve alcohol.
You can serve
Well,
food
You can keep
between-
serving food, yes. But you said you're gonna close at midnight.
Yes. He's required to with his agreement with the community.
What's the
board.
music situation?
Background.
Yes,
Just background.
music, yeah.
Just background.
Just recorded background?
Yep.
Do you have anything else?
No promoters, no DJ, no karaoke.
Said no alcohol after 11 p.m. We have that?
Yeah,
Okay.
this is just a temp.
Okay.
Right, and then he's not gonna have to come back, I assume, if he's
You want
for the
him to
full
come back?
license. Do you want to see him again or just?
Yes, I'm gonna have him come back.
This really reads like, after all that happened.
Sure. That's
You're
not-
selling alcohol. That's how this reads, what I have in front of me here. So that's a real concern. That can't happen again. Completely liberty, voting.
Yeah, well, hopefully now he has a temp and then he hopefully will get approved with no incidents. So just seriously, make sure you have no incidents. I understand when there is a shooting outside, you can't control that. I'm not gonna hold that against you, but inside, please.
And selling the alcohol without the license. That's a biggie, okay? I'm gonna vote also to approve with the same condition.
Yeah,
And you
it needs to
both
come
want
back and
license.
give it at least 6 months. Don't hold my backlog against me.
So,
Thank you.
Thank you.
so you want us?
Meaning that when the OP comes up, it needs to come back.
Okay.
All right, thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next is 59, the Lopez Store, Inc.
Robert Romano again for the Lopez Store, Inc. This is a conditional no contest plea, in the amount of $3,000 to settle both charges.
All right, I'll accept 3,000.
3,000.
Thank you, everyone. Have a lovely day.
Thank you.
Next is 61C, AZOR Bake Shop, Inc.
I'm sorry, Valerie.
61C. You might as well pull D out too. 61D.
Good morning, members. Max Bookman and Eleanor Schotten. We are attorneys. Our law firm is Pazetsky and Bookman, and we are counsel for the applicant. One of the applicant principals is to my left, Brian Zarrow. This matter and the one that's right after this one on the calendar are presenting the same issue. They are two related grocery beer applications in Grand Central Madison. The question that the Licensing Bureau has put to you is whether the layout and the food offerings of both premises are bona fide. We submit that they are, and we'd like to explain why. In our papers, the members might find helpful exhibits C and D at the end of our papers, which have photographs and clearer diagrams of the premises. So Versa, and for both
Okay,
premises.
so these are fixed locations, right?
They are fixed, Chair, yes, and that was the first point I
And
wanted
they
to make.
don't move, like, they are not moving anywhere, like,
That-
you're assigned that's where you pay rent, and that's
Exactly.
it,
These are
right?
not mobile food carts that roll around. We are assigned that space. That space has a designated number.
Okay.
They don't move.
So when you say that your signs, so I assume that, so you, as you know, the requirement is 50% food. So what happens when your drinks and food start selling during the daytime, and then is there a mechanism to replenish through the day, or what's the plan there?
There is, Chair. There are two main periods in the for sales, as you might expect. Once for the morning rush hour and once for the evening rush hour. And so between those periods, there is an opportunity to replenish the stock. And that is in fact what they have been doing with their food and non-alcoholic beverage offerings.
What hours do you replenish? What hours?
Is there a specific time where you, between the rushes, will replenish? Between rush, post 10 a.m. and then pre-rush and then after evening rush. So let's call it 3 p.m. and then again 6 p.m.
All right, so.
And again, if they need product
Okay.
on a day.
So I don't know if you heard, so that was 10, 3, and 6.
Yeah,
10.
I heard you. Okay. So when you say that is 112 square feet, this is 11. 112 is within the boundary here, or just the floor footprint of the stand?
Within the boundary. So on Exhibit D, we show it. There's the picture, then we show it. So the stanchions that provide the perimeter of the premises, is the 140. Pardon me, I misunderstood you, Chair. The entire premises is 140, and then what we are considering the 112 is the display, the food display, which has depth to it and has food all throughout it, as well as the beverage fridge.
And you pay rent on the 140?
That's right, they pay rent on the entire premises.
Okay. Commissioner, let's have a discussion.
All right, we're going to go off the record for a brief conference with council. We'll be back on shortly.
Yeah.
All right, back on the record after a brief conference with council.
Is there anything further you'd like to hear from me before you vote?
Not really.
All right, then.
So after a conference with council, you know, this, if you ask people around the room, clearly it's not a grocery store. I understand why, you know, council is arguing that maybe it can fit under the grocery store definition, which you know, current licensing board clearly have some doubts about. The issue that the board members have right now, the full board members have, is that no matter how you spin it, this is not 50% of the floor area that you're renting.
I don't understand.
The food does not cover 50%.
But it
Of
does.
the floor area.
I don't understand that.
So if you're telling me that you're renting 140, this food doesn't cover 50%. That's the whole purpose of the grocery store rule.
I'm sorry, but it does. I mean, we provided the measurements for it, and it does. I mean, the display of consumer commodities, including food, as we've demonstrated, covers more than 50%. If there's additional proof of that you need, then tell us what it is, and we'll put it over and we'll supply it. But I mean, it meets your definition as you provided in your advisory. I mean, the question is not what folks in the room would call it. I mean, you've put together a specific advisory, and we followed it to the T. And again, if there's a factual question about whether about it, let us. We thought we've provided in these papers sufficient proof to demonstrate that.
I mean,
but
you can't count all the fixtures around it as part of the floor space. The food itself against the floor, it's not 50%. And this one is even less.
Well, it's what's devoted to the display of food.
Is there a way you can put chairs around it? Because once you can if you can put chairs around it, then you can apply for
RNOP.
A beer and wine.
Right. Yeah. I mean, that was an initial consideration we had. We had conference with the former deputy commissioner, and that was one thought. But we all felt that that this was the direction to go in, and that we carefully read your advisory, and we are confident that it meets it. And again, the advisory talks about display of food and consumer commodities, including food, and more than 50% of the floor area of the premises is devoted to the display of consumer commodities, specifically food. If you want, an architect certification to that, better drawings. I mean, but we do meet the standard.
Who sets up the stanchions every day? Is that done by the clients or by
It's their stanchions. It's our clients' stanchions, and they set them up. I mean, they're in fact my client had set them up, and now they are permanently there. So that at this point, they don't come down up and down every day. They're permanently there. They are not fixed in the sense that they are not fixed to the ground, but they are not moved.
I make a determination that it doesn't meet the 50% rule, and so I'm going to vote to deny on both 61C and 61B.
Commissioner?
Concur with the chair.
Thank you, members.
Next is number 50, MC and ED BECK Inc., DBA P&G's Restaurant.
Good morning, Martin Mailer of Mail and Buscemi. I have with me the owners of the premises, Michael Beck and his sister, Christian. The authority requested, and with us today is the father of the owners, and also with me.
Do I have anybody from the community here for this? We have received a letter of protest from the community. I assume you haven't seen it?
No, what I do know is the number of letters in support from the various.
All right, well, I have a letter of protest here, so can I give it to them, or should they request it?
When did it come in?
Recently.
Because I know there were problems. I asked for anything that
after you asked.
Well,
came in. I know.
Do you want to review it?
I guess so.
All right, we'll recall this.
All right. Well,
Actually, I can't.
No,
You have to print it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I see two issues. One is the 200-foot issue. If the board determines that door is an entrance, meets the definition of entrance in section 105 of the Alcohol and Beverage Control Law, then there's no point or purpose in going forward. So should we address that
Do
first?
you want to decide on the 200-foot issue first?
I think we also have first.
Yeah, that's not, let's talk about the 200-foot first. So the way I read it, Commissioner, our own investigators went and did an investigation and found that the door on Greenwich Street is used by students. They have evidence from the director of facility that says that buses regularly drop off in the back of the building and pick up from the back of the building. And so students use that door to go in and out. That's the evidence from our own investigator.
I think it was,
So
the rear door is used.
Should I address that point?
no, it says here, so this is what our own investigators found. You have this. It's located and picked up by, or dropped off and picked up by Sugars for egress, I assume it's every day.
Exit through the front.
Right.
The red door is the rear.
Yeah.
The way I know it goes. We use the rear door, especially when the buses are coming to the front and there's traffic blocking. They can't get in.
Then they use the back. Okay. Okay.
Yeah, as I I read it, the front door on Greenwich is mainly used, but not exclusively used. At times, the rear door is used, particularly when there's a backup of school buses on that Greenwich Street. They will divert the students to use the direction.
Correct. It's used regularly by those students that get to the school via the school bus. Your report, which the SLA investigator spoke to the director of facilities, Richard Camacho, specifically states that. The applicant
For the record, I apologize. We were muted when I called this item up, so just for the stream and recording, before us is number 53 Brooklyn Fair Wines and Spirits LLC. I apologize.
Okay.
So here she says they enter regularly
On Hudson Street, right. But then the director of the city says that door that's located on Greenwich is used for school bus pickup for in and out.
is used. Yeah, I actually, yeah, I think I read it wrong.
Yeah.
Let me read that again. It's a little confusing to me.
Yeah. So Hudson is the front, Greenwich is the back.
Hudson is the front and Greenwich is the back.
Of the
Correct. The Greenwich is directly across the street from the proposed liquor store location. I think the door on Greenwich Street is about 68 feet or
All
70
right, let's
feet.
just back up for one moment because we were on mute. So this is a matter that concerns a liquor store, and we've heard this before, and now we're coming back again because the applicant has new information on the 200-foot rule finding. There are other issues of concern as well, but we're going to try to settle the 200-foot rule first, because as Mr. Buscemi said, that if we find not in the applicant's favor on the 200-foot issue, we do not need to go forward. And the issue at dispute regarding the 200-foot has to do with the door. The back door of the St. Luke's School is within 200 foot of the license, proposed license premises. We agree on that, right? Okay, so the back door is within 200 foot, and from our own investigators' finding, and after speaking with the director of facility of the school, we were informed that the door of the school that is located on Greenwich Street, which is a back door within 200 foot of the proposed licensed premises, is across the street and is used by students who are dropped off and picked up by school buses for ingress and egress. So that, to me, is a pretty regular use of the door coming into school and in the afternoon exiting the school.
And in looking at the applicants, hired a private investigator. So from what I can see from their report, from the applicant's position, that if you read the report, it hedges a lot. The private investigator goes and speaks to some people at the school and was at the school for 3 or 4 days between like 3 and 3:30 or 3 and 3:45, around that, approximately that period of time. And in speaking to some of the people at the school, in the report, you'll see that it says, well, I was told that it was hardly used, or that it's sometimes used, etc. But then the report goes on to specifically state that the investigator, the private investigator hired by the applicant, was told by someone at the school that that door on Greenwich Street is used for the students that arrive by school bus. They enter and they exit from that door. So the applicant then states, or in the report of the investigator says, but I was told there's only about 20 students. So see the applicant's position, well, if it's only 20 students, it doesn't matter. And that's just not the law. The law simply states that the door is an entrance when it's regularly used to give ingress to students of the school. It doesn't say it has to be the main entrance. It doesn't say that the majority of students have to go through that door. It doesn't say that all students have to use only that door. It's clear, I mean, if, a simple example, if that was a door that was used as an example for handicapped access, do we discount it? Because not that many students in the school have to use that particular door? No. These students that arrive via bus, school bus, they're not ghosts. They're not there part-time. They don't show up at school once a month. They're there on a regular basis going to school, just like all the other students that use, we'll call it the main entrance, if you want.
I see here that Investigator Liu's report says occasional use, which I think is use, as Mr. Brissett.
All right, and then he goes on and he says, yeah, 20 people use it. The school is saying that door is used by the students that arrive at the school via school bus. They enter and they exit through that door, whether it be 20 students, 10 students, or 100 students. That door is regularly used by the students.
What do you think? You satisfied? All right. You have anything to say?
Yes, please. So, first of all, the question is not whether it is sometimes used. It is sometimes used by students. That's not the question in the law. The question in the law is whether it's regularly used. And the definition of regularly is this is at the same time, every day, week, month, etc., very often, or with the same amount of space between each the things that's like regular when you're talking about the Army, that doesn't count. The statute, the legislature went out of their way to differentiate between doors that are sometimes used and doors that are regularly used. They put it into the definition as a special definition. It's not there, like just a word. It's there as a separate paragraph to describe what regularly means, because it says, excuse me, within the contents of the statute, the word entrance shall mean a door of a school regularly used for ingress of the students. Now, I have Mr. Liu here, who is a private investigator. First of all, you could see from my submission a email from the school which says it is seldom used, which is the very opposite of regular. And
I think that was originally the confusion that I had until the chair had me read again, and I'm reading again now on my screen, the report of our own investigators. And let me make sure I got this clear. Licensed premise is at 668 Greenwich Street. The entrance, the center of the entrance to St. Luke's School, rear entrance on Greenwich Street is only 66 feet away. This is what our investigation.
that's true.
Then, spoke with the director of the facilities, right? And this is what he says, that the door of the school that is located on Greenwich Street, across the street from the proposed licensed premise, is used by the students who are dropped off and picked up by the school bus for ingress and egress.
But that's not the question. I don't doubt that it is used. It is used.
Yeah, but I mean, from your own report, you're saying that 20 students of the 350 board a bus there every day. That's basically how this reads. So that is regularly used. Just because it's used by only 7% of the students, it doesn't make it that it's not regularly used, because I assume people who are taking the bus are taking the bus every day.
It doesn't say that 20 students board the bus every day. It says that when the door is used, it's by 20 students. There's a difference.
I know, but the school bus comes every day.
No,
That's
but it
how-
doesn't go there every day. Excuse, could I?
But that's not what our investigators said.
But could I introduce Investigator Lou? He went there. He's a former police inspector. You know, first of all, I went there and I spoke to the security guards, and the security guards told me it was never used. Now I know that that's not true, but they told me it was never used. Then I went to the super from the building next door, and he said he only saw it used when they did a field trip. Now those two are that's not accurate. You know, and I'm not claiming that it's accurate. I'm only claiming that when you speak to people who are there all the time, they don't see it regularly used. They see it used occasionally. When I wrote, you have an email from the school itself that says it's seldom used. That's very different from regularly. I have private detective, Stuart Liu here, and he staked out the place and filmed it. And there are videos Mr. Roper would not allow.
I know, but our job is to protect the safety of the public.
Absolutely.
I mean, if you're needing to send an investigator to film a school to prove that not enough people are coming out of that door so that we can put a liquor store there, I mean, it defeats the whole purpose of the statute. That's not the goal here. I think that the school thinks of that as one of their doors, and when they need to, they will send students out of it. Like, that's the purpose of the door. So whether it's regularly used according to your standard or not, I think the fact that our investigators found that school buses pick out from the back door, I can only infer that it's regularly being used by the staff, by the administration to send students out onto the street, whether it's for a field trip. You know, like my son's school, crazy enough, has a field trip like twice a week. Like, it happens a lot. So
the statute was written by the legislature in such a way as to differentiate that very thing. Now, I'm not arguing that 20 students are not a lot of students. I wouldn't make that argument.
I know, but you're saying it's not regularly used and there's no proof of that. So,
well, but I have proof. You allow Investigator Lou to tell you what he witnessed.
We have to 3 o'clock in the afternoon.
3 o'clock in the afternoon is when the school drops off.
That is, I mean, you know, you have people who work there that are telling us they regularly send students out of there. Like, how is that different from, like, I don't see how you can send someone to stand at the door and give me a report and say that they're wrong. They told our investigators that the buses wait out back and students go out back to get on their bus.
But it doesn't say it happens regularly, and that's the issue.
It kind of indicates that our investigator spoke to someone different than your private investigator spoke to.
But I also have an email directly from the school where they say it's seldom used. It's an email that's it's attached to she says it's seldom used. That's very different from regularly.
I'd like to clarify my report, if I may. I believe it was misrepresented. Good morning. Sir, ma'am, Stuart Liu, retired Deputy Inspector, NYPD. I gather all the information and data from this. I'm not having an interpretation or anything like that, but the first day I was there, it was on a Wednesday, April 3rd. I was there from dismissal time, 2:55 to 3:45, usually from 3 to 3:30. The whole time I was there, I did not witness anyone coming in or out. The second day was April 5th, which is a Friday. I was there from 2:55 to 3:30. Same thing, nobody coming in or out. I returned back on April 9th, which is a Tuesday the following week. This time I set up a camera in the back, and I went to the front and the back just to compare and contrast what's happening. In the front, there's a lot of traffic, pedestrian traffic, parents bringing their kids in, dropping them off at the car, and I witnessed a bus dropping off kids in front of the school. So I returned to the rear. I was going back and forth. At 2:55, I noticed that there was a bus that pulled up to the rear of the rear entrance. And it stopped, shut the engine off, and then we just parked there idle for until half an hour later. When I return, I see some staff member from the school escorting maybe 4 or 5 kids onto the bus. I approached this young lady and I asked her, I asked the question, and I believe it's relevant, like how many people use the school bus? How many kids do you have in school? Which this gentleman, correctly said about 20 kids use the school bus.
Did you ask her if the school bus comes every day?
Yes. So the school bus does come every day.
Okay.
When the front is congested, they will come to the back.
Okay, I think that proves that it's regularly used, sir. I understand the effort. I understand why this to you seems silly, but this is the law. And I can't
My
make
first 2
sure
days
that
of
the school
observation, there
doesn't
was no school
use
bus.
a back door that is attached to their building. I mean, and you're not there when they're going on field trips and other things, God forbid COVID happens again. Like all schools were innovatively, letting students come in and out of the building when there are dramatic incidences. And that's what the public safety rule is intended to protect, is to not have liquor stores that's within 200 foot. And,
I'd like to describe the entrance itself.
Can I just ask you a question?
I'm sorry.
All of your observations were drop pickup, not drop off? Is that
No,
correct?
it was 3 in the afternoon, 1 in the morning. Okay. So out of the 4.
At 1 a.m.?
What's that?
1 in the morning?
No. One observation post in the morning, meaning, yeah. 1 time in the morning, 3 times in the afternoon. And the reason why I did that is because I'm going to describe the door to you. It's a very small double door. It's got an access pad. So it's always locked. I checked it. It's locked. You can't enter. No one could just walk into the school.
No school door can anyone just walk in
Right.
nowadays.
And then it's a glass window pane. I looked inside. There's a very small walkway. And then there's a railing for a staircase that goes downstairs. So you cannot have numerous people coming out the back.
Okay, I understand, but it really, respectfully, sir, it scares me that to get a liquor store, now you're checking the doors of a private school. That's not the goal here. If the bus is there, it's picking up regularly. This is.
Can I just tell about my last day? I want to get all the information out there.
I already voted.
The chair has voted, and
I'm going to deny based on the 200-foot rule restriction.
let me say this. Our investigator spoke to Mr. Camacho. He's the director of the facility, and he says the students use the bus there in the morning and in the afternoon. You spoke to a Ms. Chen, who is the chief community officer or something for the school. What she said is, we rarely go through Greenwich. Only our students who ride the bus use the Greenwich door, which is apparently, from what Mr. Camacho says, every morning and every afternoon. That is regular use. That is regular use. And I also have to agree with the chair of we want to facilitate this industry, but we all have to do it responsibly. I have to agree with the chair. I think the 200 rule is a bar. I'm also going to vote to deny on that.
Have a good day.
Thank you.
We thank you for your time and attention.
Thank you.
Did you? Thank you. You give this to Mr. Mailer already? Do you have it or?
No, you keep it.
All right, next item is number 40, the 7 Willow Cafe LLC.
Good morning.
put your names on the record, please?
Patrick DeLuca for my client Luis Lopez regarding a restaurant in Portchester. We're here because the 500-foot rule, administrative law judge recommended disapproval. Based on it not being in the public interest. We've submitted many documents, including letters from the village itself, stating that they very much want it to be there. My client was in the restaurant business from 1996 to 2008. He then took a job with the school district as a maintenance for the school district. So he does have some background in the restaurant industry. He bought this building in 2017 and has been systematically redecorating it and remodeling it to be a restaurant from that point till now. He does pretty much all of it himself, and it's beautiful, I have to say. We're here to see if the board would allow him to open. He has been denied a temporary, and it's having a huge financial burden on him because after all these years, it's finally ready to open, and he hasn't been able to.
Information I have is that he was a chef at a catering company.
No, it's a restaurant caterer. It was both, and it was here, let Mr. Lopez tell you.
Good morning, sir. My name is Luis Lopez. I worked since 1996 for Mary Ann's restaurant in Portchester. And I worked there for about 3-4 years. And then I started with the catering company as a chef. And I worked for them for almost 12 years.
If we have the information of the
restaurant. I live in Portchester about almost 28 years. I know I've been in the business around for that many times. And I'm very handy. I mean, I do construction too for myself. I mean, because I start with some real estate doing, but unfortunately I have to keep my job and as a maintenance at Eagle Hill School in Greenwich, Connecticut, to support my project because
I'm sorry, say that again?
He works in a school in Greenwich, Connecticut, and he uses those funds for this project, for him to have built this restaurant.
Okay, so you go back and forth between Portchester and Greenwich, Connecticut?
Yes,
Commutes,
every day.
Doesn't he?
What's the commute? How long does it take?
10 minutes.
Okay. And you said you've owned this building since 2017?
Yes.
And so what have you been doing with it? Is there residents in the building?
No.
Do you live in the building?
No.
Okay, so it's just been vacant since 2017?
Yes, he's been building the restaurant. He does it on weekends and off time. He's built the whole place himself.
Jesus Christ.
If you see,
is it operating now?
Beautiful.
Sorry?
You're not operating it now?
Yes, one year.
So the restaurant has been open?
Yes.
But no liquor.
Right.
But you still work at the school?
Yes, I have to do that because.
So you're going to continue to work at the school?
No, as soon as I gotta straighten out my financial situation, and probably I'm not going to work there.
Is the school job a pension job? Do you have a pension with that school?
Yes, I have 403 because it's a private school. I have a 403 plan.
And how many years have you been working at the school?
16.
How many years towards retirement? When can you retire?
No, it's I got 67 years.
So what you did, you work as a custodian at the school. You were a chef for a catering company. There's a big difference from being a chef at a catering company, running a restaurant that serves alcohol and it's supposed to have a DJ, karaoke, dancing, recorded music, live music. That's a big quantum leap. And what the ALJ noticed was he didn't feel that, or she didn't feel that you had the experience to do that.
Sir,
Not to mention that the rent, well, you own it.
He's the landlord,
Yeah,
he
so
owns the
Why
building.
do we have the information, the rent is 50?
Because one entity pays the other entity in order to maintain the corporate veil.
And that the total cash to make this investment is only $12,000?
He's been doing it since 2017.
10 employees?
This is his dream.
I understand.
no, I have two employees
couldn't
now.
hear, sir.
Yes, now because I can afford to.
Do you have a partner?
No, my wife.
Now, this is in a densely populated business district, and what was noted in the report was that your application did not address how this restaurant would affect the pedestrian and vehicular traffic in that area.
Sir, with all respect, I went through for a hard time with the planning commission in Port Chester, and I proved that they approved me that for the restaurant, because they asked for many traffic studies, engineers involved for 4 years, just to get approved for the
It's a standalone.
the town.
What's upstairs?
It's in another 40 seats. 30
It's a
seats.
what?
40 seats.
It's a part of the restaurant. It's nothing.
Oh,
it's,
upstairs is just 40
it's an
seats
open
upstairs.
space.
So
for
you're
the-
using
it's the
upstairs
same
and
room.
downstairs.
Yeah, it's the same room.
It's open
So you've
architecture.
applied for lots of entertainment. So what's the situation?
When we.
Because
did-
with 11,000
wanted-
square feet and DJ, dancing, all of this appears to be a nightclub to me.
Yes, because it's a big place, and I would like to entertain my customers and the light of the food, enjoying the food. That's my expectations.
I guess what we're saying is that that's why the 500-foot hearing came out against public interest, is because there are concerns that you're not showing sufficient experience.
Did you?
And also that this place is really gigantic and the entertainment proposed feels much more like a nightclub than a restaurant.
Yes, but we open as a restaurant. We got a good expectation of the people there. We have many customers, and we open as a restaurant. We are a restaurant.
Things change dramatically once you start serving alcohol and once you start having dancing and live music. The atmosphere is completely different. And the concern here is that you're not showing that you have the experience.
They have a temp. You have a temp?
No, he was denied the temp. That's what, you know.
At the beginning, they give me the temp by mistake. They say. I mean-
And there's a letter in there from the village of Port Chester that was very supportive. Yeah. And I don't see him as a nightclubber. His hours
No.
are 11 to
With
11.
all respect, sir, I have a family. I mean, I don't like that kind of business too.
Members ready to vote?
We submitted a petition as well in that.
Have you been serving alcohol already?
No.
Have a website, sir?
Sorry, sir?
Have a website already?
Yes. Yes.
You have photographs on that website?
Yes, sir.
All right. I'm going to agree with ALJ. There is no public interest here. I'm going to vote to deny.
Commissioner?
I concur with the chair.
Yep, unfortunately, your application's been denied. So,
all right.
Yep, we have to move on to the next item, which is
Mr. DeLuca, you should take a look at some publicly available information and ask for reconsideration.
we're calling back up number 50, MC and ED BECK Inc. I believe we might have been muted at the end of our conversation. So just for the record, this is a second call for this because we had provided Mr. Mailer with a complaint that we had received from the public for him to review.
I did receive it. I did review it. I will get to it in due course. I'd just like to make the presentation that I started to make and pick it up from there. I have before me two people that own the premises and a father that used to own a premises that's been 3 generations old. It's been around for 40 years. It's maintained a pretty sterling reputation as a fine restaurant. The father left, the children took over, and they decided to expand the hours. And I'm telling you now that that is going to end. As the condition no contest indicates, the hours will go back to midnight. There'll be nothing but background music. There'll only be food. If you want, we'll employ a monitor to make sure that the activity that is complained of on the night of March 15th is never, ever, ever repeated again. I'm not here to make excuses for it. I'm asking that you accept the penalty as submitted, along with the suggestions that were made in the CNC. We submitted letters from a congressman, the mayor, the supervisor, one of the trustees, and I now have been handed a letter, I'm sorry, an email from what since it's been redacted to a degree, is I guess from a competitor of sorts who has made a judgment that in fact the place is going to be saved, that this has happened multiple times. None of that is true. But this is a letter, you are reading it, and I would hope that the reputation this place has had over the years, the letters of support from the officials that supervise the town, and the fact that the premises is not going to have a repeat of what transpired on March 15th would go a long way to for having you to accept the penalty that was suggested. And I just want to point out one other thing, and I'm doing it more for Commissioner Delgado than for the chair. This is not this premises, but the same exact situation has come up before. And the name of that premises was Darby O'Gills of Hyde Park. It was also in Ulster County. There were many more minors involved, and after the authority considered the matter, they meted out a civil penalty of $20,000, and they allowed the premises to remain as it was. We're not even asking for that.
I'm sorry, what?
Here, I'll give it to you. Here's the official, his website showing $20,000. If you want the transition of what transpired.
You mean this is a different license premise? Okay, the facts are different, so you can't really present that as part of your evidence. I don't know if you listened to our summary suspension hearing. This location has been established since 1992. It was taken over by new owners, the son and daughter, in June of 20. And since then, we've had a lot of problems, right? So started with 2 DUIs where this location was identified as the last drink purchase. So this is in 21. At the end of 21, we already started communicating with you, telling you that there are problems. In September of 22, our agency did an investigation, and there were hundreds of young patrons. You were notified in October of 22. And at the time, there was indication from the licensee that you were going to change to implement scanners. I believe you told our investigators that. I have never seen this level of fact pattern. In then November of 22, our sister agency, the DMV, confiscated 30 fake IDs. People were telling us that they can use $20 to get in with student IDs only. In December of 22, DMV goes out again. 26 fake IDs were collected, and they say that in the evidence that they could have collected more, but for that the security guards were telling the patrons to leave and getting involved, getting in the middle of an ongoing state agency investigation. And that students were telling us they, at that point, did not need an ID to get in. In September of 22, we told them that they should not be using flashlights to check IDs, and they continued to do so. And the scanner never came to fruition, and now it's 18 months later. So no food is being sold, and the reputation is at your college bar. So I think that...
Madam Chair, may I address all of this, please?
Sure.
Okay. First of all, this is a conditional no contest plea, so I'm not going to contest anything you just said. For purposes of this discussion, what you said is what I read. I saw all of, I didn't see this until today, but I read all of that. I understand that. I understand your frustrations. But at the same time, up until 2020, the place was nothing but a restaurant. And it will be nothing but a restaurant going forward, in the sense that it will close at 12. It will not have DJs. It will not have anything but background music. It is, with all due respect to food, food is there, and food will be the only emphasis going forward. So I am not going to, for purposes of this discussion, I am not going to contest anything you said. I'm not going to in any way belittle anything that was being said. What I'm saying...
I know, but this is multiple cell to minor investigations. I don't know what else I can do. Like, I mean, I didn't create this. This is based on lots of DUI, this is the state police. The DMV was out there multiple times. The sheriff's department is out there multiple times. I mean, I didn't create this. The licensee have told us that they were going to implement a scanner, and it wasn't done. And the reason why I asked the previous licensee to be here today is because he was there running the place on the night that this investigation happened.
May I just introduce my co-counsel, Mr. O'Connor? Sure. He was there on the night in question, and with all due respect to what you just said,
he was a witness to the incident?
I was there after, I showed up after the person's, Joseph O'Connor, O'Connor and Partners, and I've represented the Beck family for probably over 20 years. And I do want to, with all fairness, address some of the allegations. There was an investigator from when you said there was a prior finding, the DMV, it's my understanding, went outside of the establishment and picked people off the line who were attempting to use their licenses and then seize those licenses. These were not persons that were inside the bar. In addition, the New Paltz Police Department...
Are you telling me that they wouldn't have gotten in based on the flashlight system you have?
Well, it would have to see the quality of the ID. If it was a real ID, they would have been stopped. And your department, it was Investigator Rafferty, came very specifically, and it's in the papers we were provided with, and it indicated that he did not see any evidence. And that was a recent visit in the last few years, did not see any evidence of underage drinking. He made suggestions that a scanner be purchased, which was purchased and was used at length until it had failures shortly before the time of this event. That was all documented. Investigator Rafferty from the SLA indicated he did not see evidence, and that was in the last 2 years prior to this incident. P&G's, just for the record, the Beck family has owned it since 1969. I spoke to the general counsel, the counsel's office, and I asked them to give me a recitation of all the violations that the SLA has.
We don't have any, but we have a lot of stuff.
But that's what I want to.
2020,
that's what I want to address.
The pandemic.
There have not been that many. You're talking about 55 years of MC and Beck, the corporation running this place, and there have been a short handful of violations over those years. We're not disputing that this one was serious. This has been a life-changing event for the new licensees. These are wonderful people. The letters, there is a U.S. congressman who is a regular in the restaurant. This is now a restaurant. They are asking for a chance to save their license, shut down the night business, the college business, all of that, and just be permitted to have a license to run a restaurant. It is called the cornerstone of the community because it is the cornerstone. Every softball team, every PTA, the library across the street, they bring all of their people to this place. They employ 70 employees in this little town. They are one of the biggest employers outside of the college. The allegations in here are all being addressed at every level. They fired everybody.
I understand, but you realize that they had, our enforcement team are actually the nicest people at our agency. Like, licensing is much more mean. And I'm just telling you that, like, we told you in September of 22 that you can't just check IDs with flashlights. I mean, the issue is that you destroyed your own brand. We didn't do it. You understand that, right?
Yeah, no, I understand, but they provided proof, and we have proof that there was a scanner that was being utilized, and it was being utilized, except for there was a down period, and there was.
But then it was lots of complaints, sir. Like, I mean, you can argue your legal point.
It's not just arguing a legal point. I saw the complaints.
That's not what I have. That's just not what I have.
I saw the complaints. The chairperson has mentioned that someone had said that they were at P&G's when they had been arrested on a DWI. I've been doing criminal law for about 26 years, and that never do the drivers say the actual place they were drinking because they don't want to get the person who let them in. So it's a double hearsay. It's an officer reporting what a defendant, an unnamed defendant, may have said over the last 10 years about a DWI. I'm trying to defend this client.
I understand that, but
But
the
I
point
think-
is that when I have 2 DUIs going back to the same location, then it reflects something on the location. Like, that doesn't happen. I've been here for 6 years. I know that this volume of evidence does not happen. This is multiple years
this
of
isn't
record
evident.
showing a lack of concern for sell to minor,
I-
and that the reputation of this location in this college town is that you are selling $5 pitches of beer to minors. Like, I don't know what else to say. Like, that's the business model.
Assuming all everything you just said is true, it's all going to stop. The only time that this comes into play
I know,
is
but
like
we've
night.
already told you to stop. And then it didn't happen. That's what I'm saying
Again-
to you. We could have suspended this in 2022.
Madam Chair.
And we did not do that.
Madam, you didn't even bring charges in 2022. So, I mean, there seems to
We
be
don't always
a
bring charges.
disconnect.
We give you the opportunity to correct, and it wasn't corrected. That's what I'm trying to say. Like, you have to understand our point of view and our job as well. This is multiple agencies. This is loss of investigator time at this one establishment. We don't want to do this. If you're not selling to minor, we wouldn't be doing this.
You've summarily suspended. They've been out for a month. We understand that you took a severe stand
Yes.
here. We deeply regret what you.
You guys own the building?
Yes.
So
it's over. Whatever you perceive to be the problem is
It's
over.
over, correct.
It's going back to where it was.
So why don't you just let us cancel this and start over?
That would be.
No, when you say start over, we are telling you.
He
12
owns the
o'clock at
building
night.
anyway, so he can run another restaurant in the same location.
All right, given what you know and what I know about how long all of this would take, and the fact that there was a cancellation and the same people are going back, this isn't my first rodeo either. So in terms of what you're suggesting, it's an act of futility. I'm telling you that it is over. You have.
I know, but in 22, they also told us that they were going to change.
in
You
the 20
understand? Like, this is, again, this operates on trust here. And I don't trust that this is going to change.
Madam Chair, can we,
All you have to do is find.
can you hear from the
one
licensee?
wrong.
He wants to speak, and he can address the 22 event where we keep saying that there was no findings of minors in there. There were recommendations. In 22, we keep referring to a 22 event. That is
I
unfair.
didn't say that was event. I said there's an
But there was
investigation.
an investigation by the SLA where they came and found, the report is part of the
And we
documents.
sent
you
a
understand?
letter of advice, like, that's on the record.
But there were no, you keep, the record that you're stating is that there were minors. There were no minors at all, not one found at that 22 event. And this is Mike Beck, who's the licensee, who spoke with Investigator Rafferty. He can explain what happened if you would like to hear from the licensee.
So I spoke, I think you guys have the copy of the email that I sent Mr. Rafferty. We had a phone conversation, and he also had met with my sister because she was there when he came in that day. And we almost took it as he was telling us, hey, you're doing a good job. We came in, we got some complaints. That's why we came in. We didn't see anything going on, but these are some things we would recommend. You use the word recommend when we talked about the scanner. We had initially looked into the IntelliCheck scanner that I think someone else from the department recommended. There were enormous costs with that scanner. We purchased another scanner, which we used from October of 22 until November of 23 when it broke. However, it was still working. At that time, we were working with local PD on the fake ID situation. They were stationed outside. We would pass over IDs. We felt that they all beat the scanner that we were using, so we were in a better position to make determinations not using the scanner. All those DMV events, I was present for a majority of them. Anytime that would come up, we worked with them outside. That we let them go inside if they wanted to go inside. We felt like, other than, Mr. Rafferty contacting us, we hadn't heard anything else. And that we were working on this problem and continuing to get there. The nights that occurred on this event, opened kind of our eyes that, we didn't have this as under control as we thought. And prior to you guys summarily taking the license.
Guys, you run this restaurant, you know who's coming in. Like, if you think that the quality of our evidence should be challenged, then I encourage you to take it to hearing, because
That's not
criminal
what
counsel here keeps saying.
We're not trying to do that. We're trying to just explain their position. If they are giving, under the suggested arrangement, they are giving up that entire night business, which means entire college business. They are going back to a restaurant like their roots. That if they violate one violation, you folks can bring them back in here and take them. They're asking for that one chance to run this restaurant that they've run literally since the weekend of the Woodstock Festival as a restaurant. To just let them run it as a restaurant and feed
Turned it
people.
into something else, and it's been years
But
of
it-
that.
but
Like,
they're
that's
not-
I didn't do that.
They're just asking for the one chance to run this place. If there is a single violation, you can bring them here and they will take their license. They're asking for mercy. They're two young folks who took over a business and did not guide it the same way that their dad and their grandfather did.
I know, but he was there on the night.
No,
of
he
the
was
Woodstock.
not. This is a miss. That's why I'm saying, he was at his house. I beat him there. I live right next to him. We got a call from young Mike, both of us. We went directly down to, and I've been friends, and I bartended there in 1990.
So you were not there when it happened.
Correct.
You showed up at the end.
Because that's
correct.
Because of the.
I got the first phone call. I was out of town. I called him and I called my father. She was home with her kids.
Could you speak to the fact that at least 41 minors felt like they could show up there with fake ID and get in?
Correct.
Speak to that.
We're not, no one is contesting, for the purposes of this conditional contest, that what is written in your reports didn't occur, for purposes of this conversation. We get it. We understand. But earlier this morning, you do it every week.
But what I'm asking is more about a tone and what the community believes is happening there.
Well, I can address that. I can probably address that. That night, so there was a door person, I think it was confirmed by your investigation, that went rogue. Kristen, who has a 2 and a 4-year-old, was home that night. Michael was away. There was a rogue doorman, who I think the record will reflect, was taking money to let people in. But if
people
you
have
watch,
to know to come there.
no,
to begin with,
it's
right?
it's a.
No, it just started that night. That's
No,
what
no,
he
no,
said.
that's not what we're saying, that obviously, but during the entire year, the last 2 years, the premises, the P&Gs has been working diligently with the police. They invite the police to check all the IDs, because these IDs are phenomenally accurate. If you don't have the Intellis scanner, so they have the police department, and they get the DMV, and they bring these people as a line outside, and they get them all to turn over those licenses. Were very proactive. They're the head of the tavern group.
Which is typically a tremendous deterrent to college students coming and presenting fake ID, right?
So the police were there, and the police chief on a regular basis would go in there and take IDs and charge people in the line, and that was the way to prevent people. You've got door people that are.
Then you look at your own website right now, $4 draft on Sundays, $5 pitches on Mondays, college night karaoke on Thursday night. That is your business model. I don't even
just so
know.
I can talk to the.
Friday
if-
is
no,
after
I'll say
hours,
that.
$3 Bud Light, $5
If I could,
pitches.
80%, I'm sorry, 80%, now 80% of the sales occur between 11 o'clock and 9 o'clock. 80%, there's no dispute. Those numbers we provided, hoping that they would help. This is a restaurant first and foremost. There is no dispute that the serving of food, this is a place where it's famous for its chili, for its restaurant. The restaurant is packed almost every day at 12 o'clock. They just want to be a restaurant. They want a chance to continue to be a restaurant and serve those patrons. 1969, and I think when I went over council, there were like 3 violations.
It breaks my heart that you keep saying that, because you're acting like I am destroying a brand and getting rid of history, which is not my intent, and that's not what we do here. But when you have a pattern of, I imagine what happened was COVID recovery, students are coming back, and this is how you're making your money. But that's not a legal way of making money. So it's unfair to us that you're throwing at me the history when since 2021, all I've seen is sell to minor. I mean, in theory, in your own website, it says that food ends, dinner ends at 10 o'clock, 9 o'clock. But you're staying open. I mean, dining hours, it says here. So there are obviously dining hours, then there are drinking hours, which is going into the middle of the night. And young people can come in to do that. So that's what we have an issue with, and it's not us personally, is that we're here to protect public safety and welfare, and that the law does not allow you to do that.
Madam Chair.
There's one.
Again,
There's only one
may
day.
I just say one thing? You keep talking as if this will go on. We're telling you point blank, we're going back to where we were.
I know, but then you're asking me to trust them, and I don't have any reason to,
And also
because we've told them multiple times to stop.
Where you were was with a different licensee, right? Aren't
All right,
there
so are
new
you
licenses?
suggesting that we bring back that licensee? Because we'll do that.
I don't know, maybe.
Well, what I'm suggesting is the history that you're describing is not the history that the current licensees have.
Well, I'm not going to disagree with everything, but I will disagree. In terms of what happened until, let's say, 11 or 12 o'clock, it was the old licensee, okay? Has always been the old licensee. We understand that you are very, very, very concerned about the new activity in the premises. I'm not making any excuses for that.
My job is only to protect the students. If they think that P&G is the place where they can go drinking, they will continue to do that. And you have framed that in the past now 3 school year. And the new licensee came in during the pandemic, and it has been bad since then. Like, since the moment they got on, I feel bad, because this is.
Can I address that?
There's only one
In all fairness, you guys
Sure.
have been thoroughly heard out, all right? You're asking for another chance. You're saying, give us a chance. You've had a chance. May I finish?
Commissioner, can I?
You've had a chance. You have not made use of that chance. Chair Fan is absolutely on point. This is not on us. This is on you. A couple of things. You say that you work there and you lived in that area.
Yes.
I actually attended Newport in the very, very early 70s. I remember P&Gs. And the alcohol drinking age was different back then. But I remember the kind of place it was also. Even back then. Even back then. This is the early 70s. You talk about that you do criminal defense and nobody would admit where they went drinking from. I retired from the police department here in New York.
I understand that.
They told all the time where they had their last drink, and I do criminal defense now. And they tell all the time where they had a drink. Maybe it's different in the city than it is in a much more rural place than Newport.
Yeah.
But I have no doubt that that information is accurate.
And Commissioner, I appreciate that, but we keep saying that they've been given every chance. There is one allegation that the SLA has brought concerning underage drinking. One in the last 20 years. I checked the record. I asked your counsel to check the record. There is one instance that the SLA has found underage drinking, and that is this event. We keep saying check and check. The only other incident was when Rafferty appeared, and he found no evidence of underage drinking. It is
The last sale to minor that I have is 3 counts, and that was in April of 2012.
So I'm sorry, so it's 13 or 12 years ago, but that's it. We went and looked back 20 years ago. You're talking about this licensee, you're giving them one, this is the first underage violation for this licensee.
I really appreciate your zealous advocacy. We do this with a heavy heart. This is not something that we take lightly at all. I cannot overlook this record, this amount of minors, this amount of fake IDs, the $5 Jell-O shots, the website as it currently stands, the history that was laid out by Chair Fan. I cannot, in good conscience, overlook all that. And so my vote is to cancel. If the chair feels differently, that's the chair's right, but my vote is to cancel. I am sorry. I do that respectfully and with regret.
Here.
I know it's a terrible reality for us, and this has been a really, really difficult meeting. But I'm going to go with the commissioner and vote cancel and bond. And since you own the building, I assume that you can rebrand and try it again.
But this is merely a counter.
A counter offer, correct?
This is not final determination.
Yes, and you are welcome to take it to hearing.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next is number 49, XL.
Because I thought we could come to an agreement. That's.
Well, sir, we do have to move on. And the votings, I understand. And you were talked about. So next is XLR8 LLC.
Come over here.
That's number 49.
Right, Thomas Berg from the Law Office of Stacy L. Weiss. Here with me is the licensee, Matthew Kelly. Okay, so this is a CNC with an offer of $7,000. So the licensee was found to be using an outdoor space. He began using his backyard during COVID when all restaurants were using every bit of available space in order to survive. And he just continued to use it after the rules changed. He has stopped now. There's no alcohol served. There's no use at all of the back space. And if he wants to use it, we will submit an application to extend the space of the restaurant. Now, the noise complaints are probably the worst here. So there were a tremendous amount of noise complaints up until sometime last year. They almost all emanated from the upstairs tenant. That tenant moved out and the noise complaints stopped. And the current tenant has signed a letter I have here that says he lives directly above the bar and he can hear no noise whatsoever.
All right, so are you planning to employ for outdoor dining?
Eventually, yes, ma'am.
So what are you going to do to continue to mitigate the noise and the smoke that's going into the neighbors' homes?
He's removed all the speakers except one from the premises. And the only speaker he kept is in the front of the place.
In the front of the place as in inside or?
Yeah, it's an inside speaker. Before, there were several speakers inside the restaurant. Now there's just one. There is soundproofing. And outside, people standing outside smoking, he has staff go out and direct them away from the front. And he himself goes out, several times to determine whether or not any noise can be heard outside. As far as supervision, he splits his time. He has another restaurant, another bar 2 blocks away on Rivington Street. He's had that for 18 years, and he's never had a violation at that space. So he's a pretty good businessman.
All right. I mean, you have limited history for over 10 years now, but you know, the neighbors are not happy, so.
I checked 311. There have been no noise complaints this year from that address.
Okay. All right. I'm gonna accept 7,000. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Okay.
Next is number 15, PFE Group NY LLC.
Good afternoon, members of the authority. Madam Clayton Powell, representing the applicant PFE Group NY LLC. I have with me the 2 partners, Mr. Adam Labriola and Luis Hidalgo. This matter was actually heard by the full board last year, April 4th, under then Commissioner Vincent Bradley. And the matter at that time was a gun that was found in the premises. Apparently one of the guards, security guards they had a gun, but that security guard is no longer employed. And they've been told, the new security guards, not to bring any type of weapons to the location. If you recall, you were a commissioner with then Chair Bradley. And on that day, April 4th of last year, was actually Mark Weinstein, who happens to be here with another client. He stood in for me because that day is the anniversary of my father's
So
death.
there's also,
so I had some personal and
There's also a sale
Public,
during the lapse of the temporary permit?
yeah, I take full responsibility for that. There are 90 days. The original permit was due to expire January 9th. I happened to go away for the holiday season out of the country for 3 weeks. But before I left, I did mail, as I usually do, 2 weeks before. In fact, in this case, 3 weeks before. And somehow I got lost in the mail, or wasn't processed, what have you. And my client was, you know, ignorant at best. But I take full responsibility. They've been operating under temporary for over a year. The next one expires May 21st, and obviously if it did not get extended, it would be my responsibility, not my client's. But they closed when the incident happened. They were totally closed until April 4th, when you and Chair Bradley reopened the temp. They have operated for, again, over a year without any incidents. And one of the partners, Luis Hidalgo, is also the owner of another location that's been operating for a couple of years with no incidents.
Okay.
And that location, if you're interested, is SLR Management Group, LLC, serial number 1342368.
Okay. Yeah, they have a term. Okay, that's right. So who's 12 a.m.? No, I think
just
it's
don't want
4 a.m. No, there's the 4 a.m. Community board said 4 a.m.
Yeah, it's not a 500.
Yeah, before, yeah,
Community
yeah.
board did approve.
No, it's not, because it's not 500 foot.
It's not a 500-foot.
Yeah, so it's not 12 o'clock.
Well,
They
we're
have 4
operating
a.m.
under the temporary now, and it
Yeah.
was,
It was limited
it was to 12 a.m. closing. Yeah.
Why is that?
Yeah, the temp under Chair Bradley and yourself, April 4th of last year.
Oh, I see. Oh, I guess you can limit the temp. Now I know. All right.
But hopefully this application is near completion if you allow it.
All right, who's running what? So you both are the partners on the other license as well?
No, only Mr.
Only
Hidalgo.
you?
I'm on the.
So they both are on this one.
Okay, all right. All right, I'm gonna vote to approve with the community board's approval, 4 a.m. across the board, no third-party promoters, live recorded DJ, security, karaoke, sorry. 1 security guard for every 75 persons of capacity. So what's your overall capacity?
71.
Oh, okay, so 1 security guard. It says moderate level music, whatever that means.
Yeah, they actually keep it very low. That's why they haven't had any noise complaints. And by the way, they actually own or rent, I don't know which one, the apartment above. So there won't be any issues there.
All right, thank you, sir.
May I ask you if I could, the temporary, could it be restored to 4 a.m.?
Yes.
No, she said the.
Yes.
Yes?
Yes.
Temporary, thank you.
When does it expire?
May 21st.
May 21st? If you're okay with it,
It's
we're okay with
fine.
it.
It's fine.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, I just had a question. I couldn't hear you. Yeah, excuse us. Sorry, Commissioner has to vote, so.
I vote to
Allow you.
approve with the same conditions.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you. I have, you said, about the live band or DJ.
Yes.
That's
Yes.
okay? Well,
Yes.
Yeah,
she repeated
live
from the
music,
board.
recorded music, DJ, karaoke are all approved.
The community board approval.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Enjoy your day.
Yeah.
Next is number 19, Sports Bar L, CUSCATLECO. So it's number 19, Sports Bar. There you go, there you go. You can go ahead and.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Luis E. Rodriguez for the applicant, Sports Bar CUSCATLECO CORP. Manuel Quiros is here. He's Spanish speaking, so I'll be doing the talking. The proposal is a tavern OP. It's a small venue, 900 square feet. Open daily.
I'm sorry, who's the applicant?
Manuel, he speaks Spanish.
Do you need an interpreter?
I heard what you had before. I'd rather not.
So does he need an interpreter?
Yeah, I'm bilingual. I have any questions you may have, we're ready for them. We're here for obviously for the approval of the license. We've been operating on a temporary for the past, I believe, 8 months.
Okay, so who's running the place? Can you ask him?
He is. And when he's not there, he has a supervisor. He's still looking for a manager. We haven't found one, but Martinez, yeah, man. Wilson Martinez is there when he's not there, but he's not a permanent manager as right now.
Do I have a personal questionnaire from Wilson Martinez?
No, ma'am. Because he's not going to be the permanent manager right now. We're still actively seeking one.
Okay, so he's going to continue in his roofing employment?
Not until he makes sure he's able to maintain, his family and himself with the new business. Once he does that, he wants to get off of the other one and come full-time to this one.
So the town didn't opine on this. Why is that?
Everything was approved. We got all our licenses.
You got all your licenses
Yes, ma'am.
from
the town of Huntington, yes.
Station?
Yes.
Okay. And it's, I know you said Tuesday to Thursday, but I'm gonna put Monday to Thursday, 12 o'clock, and Friday, Saturday, Sunday, 4 a.m.
Yes, ma'am.
Does he understand that the prior license here was revoked?
When we took it over, it was vacant. So we didn't know any history. I looked it up, but I didn't find any history there. So I went to the location, it was empty.
So are you his partner?
No, I'm his lawyer.
Okay, no, because you said when we took it over,
No,
so
when
I
he took
I don't know what that
it's
meant.
just-
So the investment that's showing is less than $25,000. Why is that?
Yeah, because he's been doing the work himself. And the landlord, I guess he wanted to rent it out because it was, apparently it was vacant for a long time. So the rent is, it's a sweetheart of a rent. It's $2,200. So, and he's been doing the work by himself. So, yeah.
Okay. All right. All right, I'm going to vote to approve with 2 conditions, but let me just go through the stipulations of method of operation. DJ, recorded music, dancing, 2 security guards, manager. I need to see all your town approvals as condition.
Yes, ma'am.
And I want you to actually find the permanent manager and give us a personal questionnaire before you get the license.
Yes, ma'am.
Commissioner?
I approve with the same condition.
Thank you. Have a good afternoon, everyone.
Thank you.
Good seeing everyone again.
Next is number 51, GUADALAJARA, Inc.
Good afternoon. My name is Mark Benet, and I represent Guadalajara, Inc., located at 46 Fulton Avenue in Hempstead. I do have the principal with me, Roberto Navarrete. We're here as a result of several fire marshal violations. We resolved those at the district court level, paid the fines, and also submitted to you folks a conditional no contest with the proposed penalty of $2,000. I did speak with Mike Amarato yesterday, and he said he was okay with that fine, but obviously that decision is up to you, the chair and the board. God bless.
I'm okay with 2,000. Are you okay with 2,000? You want more?
Yeah, I am, but I gotta tell you, when I see things like locked doors in the past, in 2020, fire extinguishers that are not inspected, fire alarm not working, that really gets my attention.
Agreed.
People come to your establishment to have a good time, and they literally put their lives in your hands. Yet you cannot do this. But that really does upset me. I'm going to agree with the 2,000 though, but I want you to know
Appreciate
that's
that.
a serious thing.
No, well understood. We apologize for that, and certainly moving forward, this or any other violations will not be happening. Okay.
Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. Have a great day.
2,000. Thank you.
Next is 1, 2, 3, and 4, El Palo Bar and Restaurant, Inc.
Good afternoon. For the licensee, Louis Chisari from Marcotti and Associates. Good afternoon.
So there is nothing in your letter, and I understand that there's more coming. So do you want to?
There's more coming?
I mean, this was held over to.
This was held over to add number 4 on.
There's more coming, sir. What do you want to do?
I guess we'll wait until those.
Can we return it to council then?
Yeah,
guess
you
it-
return it to council's office.
Okay.
That's okay, Commissioner?
Yes.
Okay.
All right. Do we know who gets it at council's office? Because it was first with Kayla had this place, then O'Donnell had this place, then Mr. Buckley had this location. He had it last, is it? Okay, thank you. I'll reach out to Mr. Buckley.
Thank you, sir. Sorry for the long wait for.
It's okay.
Next is 5411 West 32 Inc. GBA Maru.
Charles Lynn appeared for this.
Yeah.
What happened?
Don't know.
Good afternoon, Chair and Commissioner. I have with me, my name is Samuel, and I'm the attorney for the licensee. I have on my left the owner, Mr. Kim, the principal, is the president. On the right is the assistant manager. We're here on a health department violation. About 2 years ago, they were going through some transition with the chef, and we had some serious issues. We've got a new chef. They have been very good.
Okay. The issues have been corrected?
Yes, Your Honor. And they have an A rating for the last 2 years.
Okay, all right. A rating it is. I'll accept 1,000.
I'll accept 1,000.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Sorry for the long wait.
Thank you. Next is 20, 21, and 22, Rockzo 33, 34 LLC.
Good afternoon. I'm Jonathan Bing with Greenberg Traurig. With me is Zoe O'Day, who's the Senior Director of Tishman Speyer and Rockefeller Center. Applicants have been seeking a tavern liquor license since October 22. This is for the rooftop garden of Radio City Music Hall. They have held events there subject to one-day catering permits for 2 years without any objection from the community or any
I'm
complaints.
sorry, so hold on. This is a recon, so why don't you just tell us why we're reconsidering and we'll vote on reconsideration first?
Sure, thank you. At the October 4th, 2023 full board meeting, the board denied the license based on a question as to whether it was fully open regularly to the public. Upon a review brought by your comments, Madam Chair, we submitted a request for reconsideration in January on the ground that the establishment is in fact regularly open to the public. Any person from the public can visit Radio Park anytime. They go to the security desk, advise they'd like to go to Radio Park. And then they're escorted to the elevator that goes directly between the ground and Radio Park, and they go up to the establishment. So the public is available and can regularly attend this location.
I think that the concern was that you have to be a tenant, employee, or guest of such to enter the space.
No, upon...
That's still, is that still the, because that's what's still listed.
No, Madam Chair, as we said in the reconsideration request, anybody from the public is allowed to go to Radio Park.
But you said that they have to request it?
No, they have to, anybody from outside the building has to go to the security desk, but all they need to say is, I'm going to Radio Park, and they're brought to the elevator, which goes up to Radio Park, and that.
I know, you realize that's not actually considered open to the public. It's just.
They have, Rockefeller Center,
Yeah, I know.
It's just the way to get into the building. So that's the only way to get into the building is through the security desk. They don't have to, they just come and say that's where they want to go, and they go right to the elevator that takes them right to. Well, I think, it's through they want to have as many people as possible. So through advertising, through the website, again, people are able to come from the outside and made aware of the establishment. The Tishman Spire has two other licenses under similar circumstances within Rockefeller Center, on-premises tavern license that are under the same circumstances as well.
Where do you advertise it as open to the public?
Hello. In terms of the advertising, we typically just advertise based on signage that we put around Rockefeller Center. But we would be amenable to exploring something on the website as well.
Okay, look, I think that you have to do that work before you come back. So I'm going to adjourn this, and you adjust your face to the public and make sure the public understand that this is open. And then we will do this again, because right now I don't know that there's anything to reconsider, and I do not want to not vote for it to not reconsider. I think that maybe there's an opportunity to take some time and reconfigure what your face is to the public, because right now I think that's not clear, and if you ask me to vote right now, I'd probably vote no on reconsideration.
We
not necessarily no on the substance. So why don't we adjourn this to June 5th?
I concur.
Okay.
Thank you for your time.
Next is number 17, Three Spirits Inc. 17.
Good afternoon, members of the authority. Wilson Soto on behalf of Three Spirits, Inc. Upon an application for a liquor store in Mount Vernon, New York. It is a brand new liquor store application. I'm joined by Mrs. Campbell and Mrs. Brown, who are the principals of the entity.
Do I have any protests? All right, so I see only $10,000 in investment. Why is that?
Sure. Before the applicant applied, this was already an existing liquor store.
Okay.
So all of the infrastructure was there. The only thing they really need is just to stock it. There was nothing done. It was a little bit of cosmetic work, painting and stuff that they did themselves. But other than that, there's no investment that needed to be made. It was a prior liquor store.
Okay. And then is it true that the closest store is closed? No, this is the store that's closed.
Correct. Yeah, the closest
Okay.
one is 2,300 feet in a different city.
Okay. Are you okay with it? they're replacing a closed store?
Yeah, yeah, I'm fine with it.
All right, so, maybe you can stock it for $10,000, but if the number goes above that, then I would ask you to change your
We would
financial
submit a
disclosure.
supplemental.
Yeah, exactly. But, in the meantime, I'm gonna vote to approve. Thank you.
I also vote to approve.
I'm gonna find public convenience and advantage because they are replacing a closed store.
Okay, thank you very much. Have a good day.
Thank you.
Next is 11, SNE Liquor Store, Inc.
Good afternoon, Madam
Hey, how are
Secretary.
you?
How are you? Mark Weinstein for the applicant,
How are
SNE
you?
Liquor Store, Inc., doing business as McCabe Liquors. This is, they had this is the principal Sajin. There was a liquor store that was operated for 70 years at 1006 Ogden, and all they're doing is moving across the street.
So why did you not apply for a removal?
That was me. I had called up the liquor authority and I wanted to see what the fastest way is, and they said, put in a new license.
Really? That's faster?
No, it's not.
That's what they had advised, and I called them, because I had delays on some other matters, so I called the 518 number.
Okay.
And they said, no, if you put in a new one, it will be faster,
And that was.
which was
false
not
then?
the right. So all they're doing is just status quo.
You're
I mean,
moving across the street.
They're literally moving across the street.
And 1006 Ogden Avenue was your prior address?
Right, for 70 years.
And how much bigger is this store?
It's actually the same.
Same?
Yeah, it's the
All right,
exact same.
Are you okay with it?
I'm fine with it.
Okay, I'm gonna find public convenience advantage because they are replacing themselves from across the street. They probably should have filed for removal. But either way, I'm gonna vote to approve. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
These are emailed.
You're gonna get it.
I also vote.
No, you don't
sorry,
get it.
That's okay.
Tell you.
I said I was fine with it.
There's, just for the record, I realize this is a conditional approval because there are renovations that are gonna now be needed to
Sure.
be made.
Yeah.
And then they'll be ready to open and
Okay.
operate. But it's the
Send pictures
conditional,
when you're ready to open, and
Right.
then you have your license.
okay, thank you.
Have 6
All right,
months.
thank you.
To
Yeah.
comply with that conditional letter of approval.
We'll get
You'll
the
have 6
conditional
months,
letter.
yeah,
So-
yeah, from that letter date.
Thank you so
All
much.
right.
All right, don't go after, beyond
Okay.
6 months.
They're gonna send it out.
Bye. Thank you.
Are you L Sushi? Because that's not who I have left.
Am I next? Right.
No, he's
No,
not.
I have number
They know
5.
that they have to do it in 6 months?
Yes,
Yeah.
they know that, yes.
Okay.
I don't think so.
All right, what's next?
Next is number 5, Al Sushi, Inc.
I've been kicked around for a while.
Good afternoon. My name is
Hey.
Sam Park, representative. This is AI Sushi regarding for the community board stipulation approval.
Yeah.
And I went the March 27 meeting.
Yeah.
Did we get the
And did you get it?
No, they supposed to be sent to the letter to the legal.
We don't
authority.
have it.
Do
was
you have
done-
it?
Yeah, done by the meeting is the March 27, so I thought it's a pre enough time to receive the letter.
We
from-
don't have it. So next time you need to make sure we have it before you come here because we don't have it and we're wondering why this is on the calendar when we don't have it. Do you want to try to call them and see if you can get it and then you come back? See if they have
Sure.
written
Okay.
it or,
Okay.
but I don't know how they work. Some boards have the meeting and then they take another month to like approve the letters.
Okay.
I don't know how they do it,
But it would have been way quicker that if you had, you don't have it?
I don't have it.
Okay, all right.
All right, so second call, let's call them. If not, we'll put it out over again. I'm sorry you came here and sat here all day.
Sure, thanks.
Thank you.
All right.
Next is 29, Village Food Mart, Inc.
There are violations. Sam Park, representative.
All right, where are you? This is a default. You want to take, why are you in the default? You want to take it back?
Just,
This is a new license,
yes.
untaxed cigarettes, flavored nicotine during a temporary retail permit. And then it's a default, so It doesn't look good. Huh?
Did you newly get the case? Were you involved in this at all?
No, just my client just get a violation for the.
I know, but
Yeah.
did they call you before this? Like, why? There's a default on the record.
There was no response.
They don't have responded.
No.
I have
No.
no idea for it. I have just come for this case.
They just called you?
No, they called me like last week, and then they had a violation for this client.
Okay, so do you want to ask for it to be returned to counsel's office? Because you probably don't want to move forward with the default on the record.
Oh, I see.
If you're
Okay.
here, I don't want you to have a default.
Gotcha.
Okay, so I'm gonna return this to counsel's office, sir.
Thank you.
Okay,
I concur.
and then you can submit a CNC.
Sure. Thank you.
All right. Next is number 6, Jalapeno Grill Inc.
Good afternoon, members. Matthew Leone for Jalapeno Grill Inc. And with me today is the owner, Alicia Maldonado. And this is, to my right is Marvin Villafuerte, who is the manager of the restaurant. This is a change in the method of operation. We're asking to expand the hours until 2 a.m. every night. We're also asking to add karaoke. The Village of Hempstead does not oppose the application for 2 a.m. And it is a restaurant. There's a full liquor license now.
Karaoke. Did they approve the karaoke also?
You know what? I didn't see it in the letter, and I'm not the one that dealt with the village, so I would have to say at this point no, that I don't think the village took a position on the karaoke, but I would ask, despite that, if you would consider allowing them to have karaoke. You know, it's a restaurant. They have a little bit of a later influx of people coming for dinner. There's no live music, there's no DJs, no dancing.
Karaoke is fine, just not too loud, okay?
Okay.
Especially if it sounds bad.
Yeah.
I'm going to vote to approve 2 a.m. across the board. Karaoke is allowed with the village, no objection letter.
I approve with the same conditions.
Very good. Thank you very much.
Thanks for waiting. Should have done all of these easy one first.
Next is 38, 3392 Restaurant Corp.
30 what?
38.
38.
3392 Restaurant Corp. All the attorneys with the hard stuff show up.
Oh boy.
Yeah, I know, right? Yeah, that's the problem.
Mark Weinstein, again. Good afternoon for the applicant 3392 Restaurant Corp. Doing business as Garden Bar and Grill. And I have the corporate principal here, Felix Cuesta. So would you like to give me context of the $20,000, where that comes from and how that arose? If you,
I'm sorry, are you asking me for the context?
No,
or
no,
you
no. Would you
trying
like to give me?
Oh,
for
sure.
me to give-
Okay, go ahead.
Yes, so a number of years ago, I had represented Mr. Cuesta on 900 Park Corp., which was on 900 Morris Park Avenue. That was, I think, about, 6 or 7 years ago.
That's Platinum Pleasures of New York?
No, so so here's where the context is. In order for Mr. Cuesta at that time to get a license, the board had said, you have to pay this fine.
Yeah.
Because of something that happened in Platinum Pleasures. So at that time.
I'm sorry, why did they say that? Explain the difference between what he was applying for and Platinum Pleasures. That was a
There was a big-
predecessor of it?
So Platinum Pleasures was in his history. And and a couple of years had passed, and there was a violation. And so I made the argument that, look, it's been a couple of years. He's learned from his mistake. We took ownership of it. And we're here to apply for a new license. And the board said, because of that issue,
You have to pay the fine
You have to
from
pay
before.
this fine,
Yeah.
and we will now give you the license.
Okay, so did you pay the fine?
But let me say this, it was either pay the fine or you can't get this license. So he couldn't afford the fine.
Okay.
Okay, and so time went by and we didn't flout anything with the liquor authority. We just couldn't, it's a lot of money. And so time passed and a new venture came up and we made this application and there was that outstanding fine in the background. So that's the
It
context.
was never paid. It's never been.
It was never paid, no. But I would also ask that,
Okay.
that could
And you've
actually,
had a temp since when?
I believe it was December 2022.
December since 22.
I
And you're
believe it
aware
was-
that there have been multiple incidents of disorderly conduct at the premise since that he's been operating under a temporary permit. Are you aware of that?
No, I'm not. I can say that, that we are very in contact with the local community board. The local community board even supported us on the 500-foot hearing, and the local community board is very concerned about those issues and had raised it when we originally got their blessing for this
Okay,
application.
so
we haven't received a
according
ticket.
to our record,
Okay.
there are multiple incidents that happen while you've been operating under the temp. And I would like for you to be prepared to answer questions about these. There are at least 4 events that happen that involve stabbing, like, glass thrown at people's head, felony assaults. It's pretty serious. So I'm going to adjourn this to give you an opportunity to look at what's in our record and then next time do a full presentation because I think you deserve that opportunity.
I appreciate that.
I'm
do I-
not super concerned about $20,000, so, but I'm more concerned about what's happened since you've had a temp. When does the temp expire? Not before May 15, right?
No, I think it's in June, right?
I think it's June. I get so
Okay.
mixed up with all these temps flying around.
Okay, I understand. So, take a look at this memo and then come back on May 15.
Do I need to make a formal request for that memo or will it be mailed
Yes.
or emailed?
Yes.
Pardon me?
boardinfo@sla.ny.
Yeah, we're really up to date now with FOIL, so I'm
FOIL,
proud
so
to
you
say
want me to make a
that
FOIL
you will get it back.
Board info.
Forward info,
No,
sorry.
board info.
Board info, I'm sorry.
BOARD.
Okay. Thank
Commissioner,
you.
you okay with May 15th?
On May 15th, yeah.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you for your time.
Thanks for coming.
Yep.
I'm sorry for the long wait.
Nope, I appreciate it.
All right.
Next is 7, J. Baba Balak Knight E. LLC.
Are you okay with it? You have questions? You want to ask some questions? Okay, go ahead.
I'm okay.
You okay? All right, thanks for waiting, sir. I see that you were denied before because of a failure to report something else, but that's all taken care of. You've owned the store since 2020. I'm going to vote to approve this AX license.
Thank you so much.
I also vote to approve.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
And ma'am, we're gonna receive in the email this one?
You'll get an email.
And ma'am, one more question. I'm sorry. Is that permanent now or is it still temp?
No, this is the permanent license, I
Thank you
believe.
very much. I
Yes.
appreciate it.
You'll get
Thank
a
you.
letter in the mail. Okay.
All right, follow the law. Thank you very much.
Next is 39, JKK Restaurants LLC.
39.
What number?
39.
Good afternoon, Thomas McCallan on behalf of JKK. This is Indu Kaur and her father, Wadwa. I've had some submissions. I think I've laid it all out for us. We're really looking to restore what we had on the original approval with the method of operation. They've made tremendous modifications. Just so you're aware, Kaur's been operating 30 years. This is really a reincarnation of what he operated.
Right.
Indian style food
Yeah.
and all else.
And your son is the manager?
No, Indo.
Oh, your daughter is the
Indo,
manager,
yeah.
sorry, okay. I'm sorry.
And one of my submissions
It
was
says
in,
child, I didn't.
but Indo, one of my exhibits was B, and she explained the method of operation, what they've been doing for generations,
Are you okay?
and we're just looking for what we had.
Yeah.
I'm okay.
Okay, what are the hours?
The hours are gonna be noon until, 11:30 in the morning until midnight.
Okay.
Yep, what's that? Yeah, 11, again, they will be operating most weekdays, the restaurant
Okay, so I'm
hours.
going to reinstate your prior conditions. We have no complaints on file, so thank you for coming in.
Thank you for reinstating. Thank you very much.
I concur.
Okay.
Thank you very, very much.
Thank you.
Next is 36, Taste of New York Beer and Grocery LLC.
All right, can I just take a moment? I'm sorry, just give me
All right,
one moment.
We're going to go off the record for a brief recess. We'll be back shortly. All right, we're back on the record after a brief recess. Again, the next item is 36, Taste of New York Beer and Grocery LLC.
I'm Jim Walden for the licensee, and with me is Bob Schaefer, who's the general counsel of the licensee. And first of all, thank you very much for having us here today. Thank you for
When
your.
you say general counsel of the licensee, is that Taste of New York Beer and Grocery LLC, or is that some other entity?
It's Total Wine.
Okay.
Is it both, actually? Sorry.
Yes, Commissioner. I'm the general counsel for our business. We can call it Jim.
I see. So it's the entire empire. You're based in Maryland. Okay, sir. Thank you for coming here.
Thank you, Chair. I'm happy to say that this does not involve stabbings, fake IDs, or bad karaoke. So I think that the Total Wine is well known to the SLA.
Yes.
Obviously, the principal is an extremely experienced entrepreneur, widely acclaimed, highly decorated, both for his public service and his private charity. And this was an innovative concept, and a concept, frankly, that was intended to benefit New Yorkers, because particularly with the grocery store, 20% of their products are New York sourced products. So the principal was quite excited for this project and engaged with the SLA and many other state agencies before opening the flagship. And as I think the SLA is well aware, the flagship involves two premises next to each other, a liquor store and a grocery store. And today we're here about the grocery store. Very small, I think 1,400 square feet or so, and 20% of the beer that they sell is New York craft beer. And why are we here? We're here because since the time that the store opened, there's been an investigation, the origins of which we're not completely familiar with, that involves availing. And why does it involve availing? It involves availing because they use a credit facility. A credit facility that's the same sort of financing arrangements that businesses all over the world use, that the state of New York uses. Now, the SLA has never taken the position with respect to any licensees that a credit facility needs to be disclosed at all. Why? Because it's not a true loan. Even New York State doesn't disclose its credit facility. It's a cash management device. And they use a cash management device, and they also use administrative services, and it's a very common commercial relationship. But the SLA brought one charge back in, I believe, 2019, alleging availing, and that was the only charge. And there was a 2-day hearing that was attended by the SLA. I'm sorry, that was conducted by the ALJ. And then after the hearing, which was in February of 2020, I believe, after the hearing, the SLA came to the licensee and said, we want you to plead guilty, and if you don't agree to plead guilty to the charge, we're going to add 2 new charges. 2 new charges based on new information? No. 2 new charges based on old information that was known to the SLA even before the charges were filed, which is that based on legal advice, at the time of the application, the owner didn't believe that he needed to disclose a credit facility on the SLA application. It was no secret, but it wasn't literally written on the form. And so there were 2 new charges. One, that he didn't write credit facility with respect to borrowing, because at the time, as the evidence uncontrovertedly showed, he didn't know that he was going to use a credit facility until he understood all of the options that were available to him after the store was open. And number 2, that he didn't update his disclosure after starting to use the credit facility. We made various arguments to the ALJ. There was a question about whether or not we were going to have a new hearing on charges that were essentially part of the milieu of facts that was at the earlier hearing. And the case went dark for quite a long time. There was another lawyer that was on this case. I was hired to replace that lawyer in 2020. We thought maybe the whole thing was going to go away. And then some number of years later, the ALJ comes out with a decision that sustains all 3 charges. And it is a quite remarkable opinion. I litigate Article 78s all the time. And honestly, I say this with no disrespect to the ALJ, this will be the easiest Article 78 that I've ever filed. Why? Because the ALJ said in the opinion that the availing charge is not supported by the statute. She literally said as part of the decision that the statutory language does not prohibit using a credit facility. And she goes on to sustain the charge based on a case, excuse me, I have to switch glasses, called Cross Country, that I think is probably very well known to the SLA. And she said that the Cross Country case stood for the proposition that an undisclosed loan could support an availing charge. What's the problem with that legal conclusion? That's not what the case says. The case has an availing charge that's based on separate and completely different information, not the loan, and the existence of an undisclosed loan was, according to that case, sufficient to sustain the other unrelated charges. So the one case that the ALJ cited doesn't even support the legal conclusion that she reached with respect to availing. But that's not the key problem. That is a key problem with respect to what the ALJ did here, but that's not the key problem. The key problem is that she violated any number of New York cases because she shifted the burden throughout the hearing, and it's clear in her decision, she shifted the burden to the applicant. Now, you well know, I don't need to tell you, that New York law requires that the SLA carry the burden. Look, time and again, more than 30 times in her decision, she says that she's sustaining the charge because the SLA didn't disprove it. I'm sorry, not the SLA. Total Wine didn't disprove some subject of fact. But the problem is that at least 10 of those instances were circumstances where the SLA offered no evidence whatsoever. And the key two problems for the SLA in terms of the standard of proof were, number one, the SLA offered no evidence whatsoever that the credit facility or the administrative services exerted any sort of control over the decision-making of the business, which is obviously an important requirement of an availing charge. And number two, that any benefit was shared because it is undisputed in the record that the business has been unprofitable despite its best attempts since its inception, and it's never had $1 of profit. So there was nothing to share with either the credit facility or the administrative services. And both, by the way, were subject to completely normal commercial terms. So that's the main problem with the ALJ's decision, and the key reason I think that the SLA can't sustain it. But that's not the only problem with the decision, which is the other two charges that were brought as tack-ons at the end. Both of them suffered from a clear evidentiary deficiency, a deficiency that the SLA never even tried to raise in a hearing, because the SLA should have procedurally, when they filed these new charges, asked for a hearing to prove the key requirement of the other two charges, which is willfulness, because the record had already established that the principal at issue here wasn't using a credit facility at the time of the application, so his application was technically true, which disputes charge number two, and number three, that the business didn't believe, and even the lawyers didn't believe, that there was a disclosure requirement with respect to a credit facility, which is, by the way, nothing the SLA has ever said before, as far as we can tell, in any prior administrative hearing, finding, or regulatory guidance. So there is no evidence whatsoever to support a finding of willfulness, and the ALJ manufactured that finding from thin air. So for those reasons, I believe that the board would exercise its judgment well to serve the public by saying, listen, we all understand that agency decisions 95% of the time go by the way of the agency. We understand that. Honestly, that's been one criticism of the whole administrative process, and one of the reasons that the Supreme Court has been looking at these issues quite closely across the country is the degree to which boards like you often exercise their discretion by just affirming whatever the ALJs say. But in this case, I know that I'm speaking to two experienced and accomplished lawyers, and you understand in ways that maybe other people do not, the rule of law, the importance of case law, the importance of not regulating by enforcement, and giving licensees adequate notice even before they're charged of the kinds of commercial activities that might land them in hot water. Because if I had told you 10 years ago that the SLA would be bringing charges against a multi-state corporation for using a credit facility and claiming that that's availing without any proof of control, I think that you would be skeptical. So for that reason, I don't mean to filibuster, Chair, but I'll end. Our request is very simple. In this circumstance, exercise your authority by saying the ALJ's findings cannot be sustained and letting the business go on trying to make itself profitable.
Can we have a conference with council, please?
All right, we're going to go off the record for a brief conference with council. We'll be back on shortly. We're back on the record after a conference with council.
All right. You know, we've had these conversations before with other representatives from your company, but just remind me that each of the individual stores pay a fee to RSSI to deal with the accounting and the software and all of that, right? Is that the idea?
That's the idea. Yes, it is the idea. But there's only one entity that's an issue here that has to go through. And it pays a flat fee
To RSSI.
for every year.
Right, and how is that determined? Like, it's based on square footage, or you can let him speak into the mic so that it's on the record. No, that's okay.
Yeah, it's predicated on the amount of effort that would go into the business, and that is a function of two factors. One is the size of the business. So a store that was 14,000 square feet would require a greater volume of services than one that was 30,000.
Okay.
So the grocery store is, if you think of it, is a relatively small four walls for our business. And so the amount of money is predicated on the size of the store and what is expected for that store to
Okay,
do.
so just for comparison's sake, like, what is this, and let's not use the store in Western, I think that's too confusing. What about a store in Connecticut? What is the annual fee for RSSI between?
I don't know. I don't know. I don't have.
Do you have a
so there are
ballpark
350 There are 256 stores, different stores,
And how do the
28
fees
different
range?
states.
How do the fees range?
I think they range based on size and the volume of the business, because that dictates how much effort. So a smaller store like the grocery store would be a fraction of a store in Connecticut that might be 30,000 square feet or 27,000 square feet.
Okay.
And it depends as well on a variety of
Okay.
other factors.
Yep.
Stop for 1 second. Yeah, we can get you that, if that's helpful to you, Chair, we can get you the information. It's certainly knowable.
Do you want that information?
Not
don't
based
think
on,
it's
not based on the discussion.
Yeah, okay. All right. No, I just want to understand the relationship and really tease out the relationship between the business and RSSI. And the relationship between the business and the bank is between the business and the bank, or is between RSSI and the bank?
Both. So if you are a business that borrows under the credit facility, you are a borrower and obligor to pay back the money that you borrow to the bank. And so
Yes.
the bank is not one bank. There's an administrative agent that is.
That's PNC.
That's PNC. That they are the administrative agent for the entire credit facility, which is made up of a number of different banks, Bank of America.
I understand.
And so they don't, the way it works is those banks provide lending resources of a certain order of magnitude. The PNC Bank administers that facility for all those banks, because it's not just PNC's money, it's Bank of America's money and 6 other banks.
I understand.
And conversely, RSSI serves as sort of an agent for the facility from the borrower's perspective, and PNC is the agent from a lender's perspective, if that makes sense.
So Taste of New York Beer and Grocery LLC is a borrower.
It is, yes.
Okay. All right.
And it pays its loan, the money that it had, up until the time that it was eliminated, and that's in the record. It was done, I think, in 2020,
Okay.
2021. It paid its own obligation, and then its principal had to pay that obligation off to the banks when we made a decision to do that.
Okay.
Yeah, so Chair, can I just,
Sure.
I don't want to be unhelpful. I want to be helpful.
Yep.
But the reason I differentiated this from like what you would think of as the SLA, as what you would think of as a loan, is, as I understand it, loans became part of the lexicon of what the SLA was concerned about, was because if I'm a little bar or I'm a little liquor store and I operated in, let's just say, Cobble Hill, New York, right, where the mob was one of the mob's key focuses, and I took a loan to start my business, that loan might have been from organized crime. And so you would not want to search a situation where there was infiltration. And there were lots of different ways. But what the SLA has never said, and is, first of all, we all know as sophisticated business people that a loan and a revolving credit facility that's a cash management tool are obviously very different. They're worlds apart. There is no illicit or illegal activity that occurs behind a commercial credit facility. And here, it was undisputed in the record that the amounts of money that went to RSS or PNC were quote unquote for nanoseconds at a time. So this clearly was, as opposed to a loan that sits there and is obligated in a way that may create some opportunities for mischief. This is not a loan in the classic sense of the word. It's the same kind of cash management that all businesses that are above a certain size use in order to deploy capital in an efficient way. And so by trying to capture that within the availing statutes, that is anti-business, right? Because it has nothing to do with the SLA.
That's certainly not our intention.
Okay, sorry.
And so here's what I think, and we'll see if the commissioner agrees with me.
Do you mind if I ask?
Yeah, go ahead.
So Bob, the model that you just described, is that the same model that all the Total Wine and More entities are utilizing?
It is in all states with exception of one, and that's the state of New York on the liquor store side.
Okay.
When we had our meetings with the commission early on in 2015 and 2016, because of the unique nature of the New York's laws with respect to package stores as distinct from grocery stores, which just sell beer and groceries, we made the decision in cooperation with the prior commission that we would take that store that Mr. Trone has on the other side of the wall, the liquor store, which is called New York Fine Wines and Spirits, and we would isolate that, and it would have its own single-purpose loan that would not be part of this cash management system.
Okay.
So that's all done completely separately, and unlike the way it's done on the grocery store side, and unlike the way it's done in 27 other states that we operate in.
Can you tell me the first state that Total Wine was operating in?
Delaware.
Okay, and it had more than one in Delaware?
We have 2 stores in
Okay, all right, thank you.
Well,
Sorry about
and if I can just add one thing in relationship to Ms. Sarfor's question, and I also just want to take the opportunity to say she's been really wonderful and very, very available to us, and we're grateful for that. So I just want to compliment her to the SLA. But this goes to the willfulness on charges 2 or 3. Because obviously, Mr. Trone disclosed the loan with respect that he was taking with respect to the liquor store, and had many conversations. I mean, I wasn't physically there for them all, but Mr. Schaefer was, and certainly Mr. Trone went, and how their agents were, and disclosed the credit facility. And no one said to him, "You can't use a credit facility without availing," which is one of the things that, as I understand it, counsel said once the charges were threatened. And then, just so you know, Mr. Trone stopped using the credit facility entirely once he found out that the SLA's position, from his perspective, had changed.
I understand. How long has the grocery store been closed?
Oh, it's still open.
It's still open, Chairwoman. It's been open since, I think, November of 2017, and it's been continuously open.
Oh, okay.
But I'm sure you think that it's. Yeah, I'm sure I know where that derives from, which is not inappropriate. There was an application that we made to defer consideration of ALJ Butler's opinion until a new application has been reviewed by the agency, because the grocery store is losing money hand over fist. There was a desire from a business perspective to expand the envelope of the liquor store into what is now the grocery store. And if you did that, then they would close the grocery store. So, and that application, as I understand it, was either denied or deferred or something.
Well, if I can just
Did
jump in,
clarify?
it hasn't actually been submitted, just to be clear. We've
Oh, sorry.
discussed it, but there's no application pending before the agency right now.
I apologize, I misspoke. That was the business's intention.
Okay,
was-
so the grocery store, it's still open as of right now?
It is.
Okay. So knowing that this setup is not good for the grocery store, why'd you choose to use it for the grocery store?
Well, I don't think that, if only we had a crystal ball, we didn't know that the SLA was going to take the position that it was availing when we first orally disclosed it to the SLA before, and I say we, it wasn't me, it was the business. And then we obviously had no way of knowing that the business wouldn't be profitable. And so when 2020 came and it was clear that the enforcement arm of the SLA was threatening charges based on, I mean, obviously at that point we knew that they were saying availing, but then they were threatening to bring other charges. I think it was in 2020, either shortly before or shortly after the charges were actually brought, that Mr. Trone stopped using it because he didn't want to be crosswise with the SLA. So did I get all that?
He just paid it off.
I understand.
He used his own money and he paid off the loan and he
So-
is self-financing since then, which is not an efficient way to use capital, but that's the way we've done it out of respect for the agency's viewpoints, even though we disagree with them respectfully.
All right. Do we need another discussion? Do we need another discussion?
About it again?
Do we need another discussion?
I'm okay with what we discussed.
Yeah, okay. All right. So based on the ALJ's decision, our charges, and your very extensive, thorough letter of controversy, I believe that the proof surrounding charge 1, that our agency did not meet the burden of the availing charge. However, with full disrespect to Mr. Trone and all his reputation, his successful business, I think that there was a mistake made and perhaps a failure to disclose when the application was filed. I think information that was provided to us in other applications cannot be inferred to this application, if you understand what I mean. I think that we have, again, I mentioned that we have thoroughly discussed RSSI in this forum, but in other contexts and not in this store. And so I am going to sustain charge 2 and 3.
I concur with the findings as placed on the record.
All right, and then for the penalty?
I apologize, Commissioner.
I'm-
I didn't hear, I just didn't hear. I apologize.
I concur with the findings as placed on the record.
And I'm going to put the fine as $2,000.
Commissioner?
I concur.
May I have a minute with Mr. Schaefer?
Do you?
Do- I
Sure.
apologize.
Okay.
I'm sorry, Mr. Roper.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, is there something they need to discuss?
I
with
mean,
us after
there's,
that?
I mean, you could come back if you want to have a conversation and come back, that's
just-
fine. But
I'm sorry,
that's
Chair.
the finding.
I apologize, Chair. He just told me what I needed to hear, so thank you for your
Okay,
consideration.
you'll also get a letter with time to,
yeah,
that as well, so.
Yep.
you know.
Thank
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Next is 30,
Now I know where it's.
DBA Jack Dugan's Pub and Restaurant.
I'm sorry, did you say?
That's
30?
number 30, yep.
Good afternoon, Chair Fan, Commissioner Thomas McCallum. This is John Duggins. He's a licensee principal. It's a single charge from 4 years ago.
What number is this? Sorry, sir.
30.
Okay.
It's a single charge, improper failure on supervision. John's been a 20-year licensee. Business is tough now. Please take this into your consideration. He's got the bar with his sister Kathleen on the market. So it's a single charge on a 20-year history. And any consideration.
Is this
would be
a
appreciated.
COVID-related charge?
It's not a COVID-related charge. It was during that period. It was later in the evening. And his friend was in the bar with him late at night. The bar was closed. Police officer came by. His friend acted like a jackass, got into an argument with the police officer, a little name calling. And then that was it. So,
All right, 500.
thank you very, very much, John.
Commissioner,
I concur with 500.
with the charge sustained.
Thank you.
Be welcome.
Sorry for the long wait.
Next is 61B Jones Street Wine Bar LLC.
Sixty-one B?
61B.
Okay.
Good afternoon, members of the authority. My name is Benjamin Corngut. I'm the attorney for Jones Street Wine Bar LLC, located at 122 East 7th Street, Store East. I have with me today Edward Carlson, who is the principal.
This
of
is
the-
a bathroom waiver?
This is a bathroom waiver.
So you own both stores
That's correct,
and it's a walk from one to the other?
exactly.
walk outside.
Okay, do you have a sign that says bathroom is next door?
We-
Put one up.
Okay, quick one up. I'm okay with the bathroom waiver. Just put a sign up.
Thank you. May the conditional approval for the temporary retail permit be
Yes,
issued?
please.
Okay,
It will go out, yep.
so we'll send you a photo of the sign.
Fantastic. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Sorry for the long wait.
I concur.
No, they do. They do.
I apologize. That was a way
They
to
do.
add from
They're
asking.
nervous. You're gonna say no. They're nervous. If you don't say no, they no.
That was approved, correct?
Yes.
No, sorry, I was asking Mr. Park if he had heard anything.
Did he hear anything or
He
should we?
says they're looking.
Okay.
but,
All right. So let's just go lightning and then go back to him.
I believe there's nothing else because
What about this gentleman, Peck?
He ran already and
Oh,
then
he's-
there's
oh, he's-
still David
he's waiting.
Stoller.
Yeah.
All right.
next is 13, which has been adjourned to the June 5th full board meeting already.
Okay.
June 5th?
June 5th, correct. Secretary's office adjourned it, but we didn't.
Right, I see.
Yes. So number 14, we get a last minute request to adjourn due to a serious medical incident. I'm not
Sure.
when.
5:15.
Yeah, hopefully we get a better understanding.
What was that, number 14?
Yeah.
That
14.
was 14.
Are you okay with that, Commissioner?
Yes.
Okay, 15. 16 is an offer of 5,500.
I was gonna bring them in or ask them to start the security guard earlier. What do
We
you
got a lot of
think?
issues here, yeah.
Yeah, bring them in?
Yeah.
Okay, adjourn and bring them in, please, Donald.
To 5:15.
15?
Yeah, this is an AX with serious trouble.
18 is adjourned.
Yep.
Yep, and 18's been adjourned to 5:15 as well.
All right.
23, 24, 25, and 26 is an offer of 10,000.
This is one that was, oh, they're not here. Okay,
Yeah.
Never mind.
This is,
I can go either way on this. A lot of stuff here. though.
yeah, I know, there's a lot of stuff here. I'm gonna counter at 15,000.
Commissioner?
15.
27 is, so 27 is a default.
It's
at pleading,
adjourned, right?
It's been, yeah, well,
It's going back to council's office to remove the default.
you okay with that, Commissioner?
Yes, I am.
Okay.
So you don't need to keep it because they will bring another one that's not default, right? Shannon? Yeah.
2018 is a default at pleading.
Keep 28?
28, did I
Oh, I
say
thought
something
you said
different?
28.
Yeah, sorry.
Where are you?
I'm at 5.
Okay. 5,000.
31 is an offer of 1,000.
I accept. You okay with
1,000.
32 is an offer of 6,000.
6,000.
6,000.
33 is an offer of 3,000.
3,000.
Used to open room to basement. All right, 3,000.
34 is a offer of letter of warning.
I'm gonna counter at 500.
500.
35 is an offer of 5,000.
I upped it to 75. Assault.
But this has a prior that was not paid?
Yeah, because and then bond claimed.
Yeah, they should come in, so bring them in.
515.
515, please.
37 has been adjourned to June 5th. For them to
Okay.
meet with the community board.
Okay, thank you.
41 is an offer of 1,500.
And this is in connection with 42, right?
Yeah.
Yes. They're related.
I put a total of 4, but you told me.
So what is the law surrounding this? Let me just look really fast. This is an A license.
He's buying alcohol for the catering business from her grocery store.
Okay.
As if she were a wholesaler.
I see. Right, so she's also selling Jack Daniels and all kinds of liquor.
Yep, yep.
What do you want
Oh,
to do here? This is
So
pretty
she also
serious.
runs a catering.
But
And
doesn't
then,
have
so,
like-
so she gets her alcohol for the catering service from her A license and from her liquor store. So
And
that's what
doesn't
it
have a
is.
catering license.
Right?
Doesn't have,
Or is it not a catering license? It's just a.
She doesn't have one.
she doesn't have a catering license. Okay, so then I think I'm coming up a little short. I had 4,000, I'll go up.
Yeah,
Doesn't even have a catering license. How much?
I know, this is, I don't know, should we bring her in and talk to her about this? Because this is,
Well, that's a,
I don't want her to keep making the same mistake over and over again, unless you think she understands these charges. She did plead. So I'm gonna counter at 5,000 for each one of these.
5,000 for each case.
I concur.
You mean 5,000 and 5,000?
5,000.
Yeah, 5,000 on 41 and 5,000 on 42.
43 is an offer of 1,500.
This is about safekeeping. I'm gonna lower this to 500.
How much?
500. Just to put it in line with the other one.
43, it's the same.
Commissioner?
43, and you said 500, that's fine.
44 is an offer of 3,000.
3,000 is okay for me.
Okay, 3,000. 3,000.
45 is a no contest plea.
I'm gonna do 1,000. This is the non-calendar item. Delegation is 1,000.
Okay, 1,000. That's what I had anyway.
46 is an offer of 6,000.
6,000.
6,000.
47 is a no contest plea.
Where are you at? This is serious.
All right, so the security guard is a convicted felon, but he's trying to keep an intoxicated male from coming into the premises. Gordy.
Yeah, helpful manager. All right. You can name the price.
How much was it? Did you?
3,000?
3,000.
48 is a no contest default of pleading.
I got 5.
5,000.
52 is a default at hearing.
Cancel and bond.
Cancel and bond.
58 is an offer of 3,500.
3,500.
3,500.
Was that 55? No, I'm
That's
sorry,
That was
58.
56.
58.
58, sorry.
And then 61E, this is the request from Nassau County to change the hours for off-premises sale of wine and liquor. Whether to adopt resolution after the hearing.
Where are you?
Oh, fine.
Yeah, okay. So I'm going to vote to approve to allow the Nassau County to change their hours for off-premise sale of wine and liquor from 8 to 8 Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and 8 to 10 Thursday, Friday, Saturday, presumably on Sunday, to 10 p.m. across the board. There were multiple store owners that participated in the hearing held by our ALJ. I believe that the public opinion overall weighs in favor of extending such hours. I see very limited threat to public health, safety, and welfare for extending these 2 hours on Thursday, Friday, and on Sunday to Wednesday to make it so that stores can close at 10 p.m. every single night of the week.
Commissioner, you approved as well.
Yeah, I concur with those findings. I'll just note that there was an online petition with numerous people in support. So I concur.
All right. And then for 5, I
Yes.
assume we still haven't done.
Yes,
heard
so
anything
let's just
for-
hold it over 5:15.
Over to 5:15.
Yep.
Commissioner, you okay with
Thank
that?
you.
Yeah, I'm fine.
All right.
He's still waiting. Where did you, oh, there he is.
Did you get
Did
it?
you get anything?
Okay, we adjourned it to 5:15. Sorry.
Thank you.
Bye. Okay, and if you don't get it, just tell us, and then Donna will keep putting it over. You
Let
don't
me
have
know
to
as well
come.
if you don't get it. Okay. Like I said, just let us know.
I don't know what happened. We didn't get it. All right, thank you.
Do I have nothing else? Chair, do you have anything?
No, I do not. Thank you, Donald.